is the only person below White Holiday in the ComicsGate phone book. It's my favorite failed clone of Peter Sammetti. The YouTube WyzGyz. How you doing, Conrad? Welcome to the show.
Hello. Welcome to WyzGyz Entertainment. This is your host, Wyman. We are joined today by special guest, Phoenix Animation. How's it going?
Good. How's it going?
Good.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you for coming on the channel.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Welcome, Black Rose Comics. Hail, Phoenix Animation. Welcome, Edwin. The Ace launches January 31st, Acevedo.
Yes, can't wait.
It's almost here. We're just around the corner, and it'll be the 31st before we know it.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah, no, the Ace looks good. I'm into it.
Here we go. Aye. So welcome to the channel.
Thanks.
And
good to be back.
Is that let me see. Is that Gohan behind you?
Let's see. I got Goku at the top.
Oh, Goku.
Vegeta, and then Trunks.
Oh, all right, Trunks. All right.
Yep. Future Trunks, the only Trunks that actually counts. God, the Super one's terrible. Super one is terrible.
I always thought Trunks was okay, but I didn't care for the name at all.
Right.
I kept thinking about, shorts or, clothing.
Right. So I'm into anime and all this stuff, right? And I was dating this girl, and she just kind of was like, "Oh, why are you into that cartoon stuff? Why are you into that anime stuff?" And I'm like, "I've been into it since I was a kid. What do you want?" And one day I'm watching Dragon Ball Z, and it's the part where Future Trunks first comes in and he's going after Frieza and King Cold, and she just kind of looks and she's like, "Who's that?" I'm like, "That's Trunks." She's like, "He's kind of hot." And like walks away. That's fair. And then like later on, like a week later, I'm watching it again, and she's like looks and she's like, "Who's that?" I'm like, "That's Vegeta. That's Trunks' dad." She's like, "Oh, I see where he gets it from. He's kind of hot too." Like walks away. I'm like, "Oh, okay, I see what you're into now."
Do you eventually turn her into an anime fan?
Yeah, actually, she started doing like Comic-Cons and stuff like that as a vendor and stuff for a bit.
Really? She was a vendor, or you were
So she got into like doing these little crochet little doll things or whatever.
Really?
And so yeah, she started getting into doing conventions on her own as a vendor, and I was like,
yeah.
There you go.
Wow. Holy goodness. What a trip.
Yeah, so that was kind of funny.
From wondering why you were into anime to vendor at conventions.
Yeah. Total transformation.
Yeah, seriously.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know if she does it anymore. But back then she was doing it. So
gotcha. Welcome, Aria Blackness. Anime time.
Hey, Aria. Yes, it's always anime and comics.
Oh my gosh, how cool is that? For those out there not familiar, would you take a moment and just kind of share some of your background and your origin story, what you were to do when you were younger, and how that eventually led down a path to becoming your own comic crowdfunder?
All right. Well, I guess I started off when I was young. I was like 8 years old, and I discovered my first comic, which was the Fantastic Four Silver Surfer comics. And part of it was like I was always into surfing when I was a little kid, and I was always into space. And so it just happened to see this cover of this silver dude surfing. And so I was like, they have surfing in space? Nobody told me they had surfing in space. Like I got to figure out how to do this. Where's NASA? Let me. And so I started reading the comic and started, really liking the characters. And then that branched out into Spider-Man and stuff like that, and Thor, and got into a bunch of comics there. And I was into comics for a bit, and then I kind of like faded out just a little bit, just got distracted with like, being a kid and playing sports and stuff like that. And then one of my friends, it was like, "Hey, are you into anime?" And I'm like I just met this kid like 10 minutes prior, and like in a class, and he's like, "You into anime?" I'm like, I don't know, I don't think so. And then he starts showing me Dragon Ball Z, and I was like, "Holy crap, this is cool!" And like I'm like 14 years old, and I was like, "Yeah, this is awesome." And so then started getting back into, started getting into anime, and then getting back into comics, and then kind of getting into both for a while. And so that took me down a path of going to conventions as a vendor and stuff like that, and selling like art on metal, like the bottle openers that we talked about last time, and metal bookmarks and metal art prints and stuff. And I'm actually for my 420 peeps started getting rolling trays.
Really?
With my art, yeah.
What?
I made a contact. I got some trays coming out to me, and they basically should be here at my house in the next couple of days. But then I've got a machine to stamp my images onto the trays.
Oh my gosh! So
I know.
Was it one of those things where there's already a market out there where people are already making customized trays? Is that where they have this special stamp machine, or?
Well, so I guess what it was. So for a while, I was selling bottle openers to a couple of the smoke shops, the smoke and vape shops in the area, and so I would see all these, these rolling trays, and they would have them, and they'd be, anime stuff, or comic book stuff, or sci-fi, or Rick and Morty, stuff like that. And so I was like, "Oh, that's really cool." And they're like, "Yeah, we got this, we get them manufactured." And then I started looking. They were getting them manufactured from China, and most of it's like stolen art. But they mass produce and stuff like that. And so I started like going, "Oh, okay." I mean, there's obviously a market for it. And so I actually started reaching out to those people about getting like just blanks, and started kind of learning how they stamp the images on through different, YouTube shows and different like websites and stuff, like how to actually, stamp the thing and get it to wrap around the edges on the trays and stuff. And so I ordered a whole bunch of blank ones, and ordered a machine to do the stamping. And I already have like the paper and the type of ink and all that stuff, because I use that for the sublimation anyways. So it'll be the same kind of process, just a little bit different. I have to do a different machine because of the edges.
So it is still a type of sublimation, huh?
Yeah, but it's going to be a sublimation onto like a acrylic medium, not a metal.
Yeah, because
it's like an acrylic and like a plastic.
It's one of those lightweight things. How big are they typically again?
So these are going to come. They're going to be about what is it? 6 by 9, 6 or 7 by 10 or something like that, or 6 by 9, something like that. They have various sizes. So I got the smaller ones first so I could try it out and make sure before I spent the money on the larger ones,
Is that, sure. Are those basically the same sort of trays that cigarette smokers use when they're rolling their own?
Yeah. So I mean, you've got like, it's not going to be like an ashtray, but like cigar smokers when they're rolling on the same kind of trays. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a cool idea.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And so I thought, okay, cool. The nice part is since I have the machine here, and since I'm able to do it, like I don't have to worry about like my artwork getting taken and being mass produced by somebody else and stuff like that. Because that was one of the big things I always worried about. Is the pirate art scene, Yeah,
I mean, even if you are making your own, isn't the possibility, or
the possibility is always going to be there, but I think it just minimizes it a little bit more, because I mean, people that buy it at like a convention or something, they're going to take it home. They might snap a picture, but like how many, manufacturers are looking at random people's, social media pages to find art,
Right, right. That's
So,
a cool idea. And I think there's going to definitely be a market here.
Yeah, I think so. A lot of people were really into the metal bookmarks and the bottle openers that I do. Like I reached out, got reached out to by a few people about it, and so that's one of the cool things. Also the oh goodness gracious, what is it? The shoot, who's the guy? Grave Robbers, the dude that does Grave Robbers. We were talking for a bit when he does his next campaign about his wanted posters, making them in metal.
Ooh.
So he'll be able to have those on like the next campaign, like have large, like 12 by 18 metal wanted poster pieces. Because I can do it on like a bronze metal, which kind of gives it that rustic, old, old Western wanted poster vibe.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so that'd be pretty cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
very nice.
A lot of things have changed since the last time we talked.
I know, yeah. Whenever I'm on a stream and I'm talking merch with creators, I have been bringing up the possibility of things like the metal bookmarks and the metal prints that you do. So, yeah, definitely. Cool stuff. Definitely cool stuff. So you were into comics from a young age, particularly anime. Did you read a lot of manga books?
So I started off with anime, and that was strictly anime for a while, and then when I started doing conventions, people were like, "Did you read the manga?" And I'm like, "No," and I didn't really realize how different the mangas were. A lot of times from the actual shows. Especially like in the case of Full Metal Alchemist, like the original Full Metal Alchemist completely branched away from the manga, and I think that's why the original Full Metal Alchemist was such a mess, and then they had to remake it as Brotherhood, which actually took from the manga and was a lot better done. Yeah. So it wasn't until like I got older and started doing conventions that people were like, "Oh, you need to read the manga. It's so much better than the anime," and that's when I started getting into it.
Yeah. I haven't watched a whole lot of anime, but I guess it's I hear sometimes they're pretty close to the source material and other times they aren't.
Right. Yeah, it's hit or like really miss. Like there's no like we got a little bit of it right. No, it's either like we stick to the manga or we're off in space somewhere. We took a left turn somewhere, I don't know. Wrong turn at Albuquerque. Right?
Oh, you got it. You hit it before I did. We're on the same wavelength there.
There we go.
Yeah. I guess it's very much like Hollywood, how there are so many movies that veer away from the source material that it's hard to beat the written novel.
Mm-hmm. And now it's just so blatant. Like it's so obvious. Like if to anybody who actually reads the comics and stuff like that see these Marvel and DC stuff, they're like, wait a minute, this is nothing like anything we've seen. But like other people who have no idea what it's like, they're like, oh my god, this is so cool. And then they kind of discover, they kind of backpedal and go, oh, this is based off a comic. Let me see the comic. Oh, this is nothing like. We're like, yeah, that's what we've been telling you.
Yeah,
that's weird.
That, not to go off on too big a tangent, but it's like how one of the mistakes the comics industry is doing is like they release, well, I guess in this case Marvel, they did the MCU and it became really popular with people.
Yep. And
a lot of people became fans, brought in new people, potential customers. And this, for a lot of the new people, is how they interpret or view these characters.
Right.
So if they hear about it originating from comics and then they go to the comics hoping to see their continuing adventures of those represented in the MCU. And then they come to find all this SJW garbage.
Yeah.
Then they're like sorely disappointed because nothing even matches. Now, if the comics division and the movie division kind of work together and progress in the same direction, then it would make a little more sense, I think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a weird thing, right? They're like it's like Marvel is like trying to get in like new, different mindsets, but they're shitting on the people that got them where they were in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a weird thing because it's like, especially with like Captain Marvel, for instance, right? Like we have the situation where like we grew up reading comics, right? Like Superman, for instance. Superman, anytime, Lois was in danger, he'd come, he'd save her. But he did it in a respectful way where you saw her value to him, right? He wasn't like, get out of my way, woman. How'd you get out of the kitchen? Like, it wasn't anything like that. Whereas you have Captain Marvel here that every chance she gets, it's like, hey, I want to shit on men. Like, I want to belittle men as much. Like, I want to go absolutely out of my way to belittle, guys. And it's so weird because, Marvel is just sitting here like, oh, wait, the guys that bought our comics before don't like when women, belittle men. Why wouldn't they like that? And then they go to the feminists and they're like, hey, we've got this character, Captain Marvel, and she just shits on men all day. And they're like, hell yeah. And they're like, yeah, exactly. Well, why don't you buy our book so you can see all the ways that she shits on men? And they're like, oh, well, I'm not into comic books. And now Marvel's like, I have nobody. It's so weird.
Literally.
So weird. I think that's exactly what happened. And it's just like, it's weird. It's like, for instance, when I did Galden, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm doing Galden, I opened up the Become a Character perk. I've got guys there. I've got women there. I have somebody who's a male to female tranny who became a character. And I said, white, black, Asian. I didn't care about your race. I didn't care about your gender. I didn't care about your ideologies. If you want to be a cool character in a book, you'll be a cool character in a book, and you're going to be represented as a badass no matter what gender, race, anything. You're going to be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
There's a way to do things to bring in other people in a way that still is respectful to the other characters and to the people that, started purchasing your books from the very, very beginning. You could see like, hey, mad respect. Like, like for instance, Black Widow.
Mm-hmm.
Black Widow's in there. She's a badass character, but you don't see her like, I mean, she has her little jabs here and there, but it's nothing like Captain Marvel.
Nothing like Captain Marvel.
And so you kind of like go, okay, Black Widow's like this tough ass chick that's been through some stuff, and she's a badass, and that's cool,
Mm-hmm.
And it's just weird how they've gone from like how at least the Captain Marvel side is the only way they seem to be able to give themselves empowerment is by belittling men. And I thought that's kind of what they were trying to fight against originally, but like, who knows?
Yeah, but
that was my tangent for the day.
It's like, guess not.
Yeah, it's weird. It's so weird. It's so weird.
And it's like that deleted scene from Captain Marvel that made the rounds.
Oh, yeah. See, I didn't watch Captain Marvel, but I did see a clip of the deleted scene, and I was just like, okay.
It was just another attempt to, get her to crush the guy's hand, and basically, it was like they were lifting that scene from The Terminator with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
And it's like, give me a suit, your jacket, your. Except Captain Marvel was doing that with the motorcycle guy. Besides crushing his hand, she took his stuff and rode off in his motorcycle.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, yeah, okay, that was weird.
I mean, I don't know. Just growing up, I don't think I would have ever seen Superman or Spider-Man or Thor or anybody just roll up to somebody and say, hey, let me crush this guy's hand and steal his stuff. Like, I don't think 90s us would have ever saw that being a thing. like,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just weird.
And all because he was offering to give her directions.
Yeah.
And smiling at her.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like, oh, you kind of cute, whatever. Okay. Well, let me just break everything on you. Like,
yeah.
It's so weird.
And I saw the movie. I actually didn't see it in theaters initially.
Mm-hmm.
But then the quality of it was so poor and there was so much darkness, I couldn't even make out really what was happening through a chunk of the movie.
Right.
So it was also around the time where I was still subscribed to AMC A-List. Are you at all familiar with that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where you can watch up to 3 movies free per week.
Right.
With your monthly membership.
Mm-hmm.
And so I ended up watching it twice total in theaters.
Okay.
The first time, it was still dark. it was it turned out to be the cinematography, I guess.
Yeah.
The way they filmed it, because it was like really dark. It was hard to make out what was happening exactly action-wise.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And then I must have fallen asleep for like 45 minutes of the movie.
No, man. But see, that's how AMC got you. That's how they got you to spend. They're like, okay, I'm going to watch this movie. Oh, wait, I can actually see the movie. Let me try it again later. And they're like, that's 2 out of your 3 free movies, buddy. You're paying for some more.
Yeah, because
they got you on that.
I did give it another try thinking I'd be able to stay awake. And I did the very same thing, and I fell asleep in the movie, and I was out for like 45 minutes until some action started happening.
Oh, my God.
So I still haven't been able to watch it all in one sitting.
Well, I still haven't seen any of it, any of Captain Marvel. It wasn't something that I felt like I was going to be into.
Yeah. It wasn't a necessary.
Right, and then once people like, I was like, okay, I'm not really into this, whatever. But I'm so invested in the Marvel franchise. I was like, well, maybe I'll go and see it. And then everybody started coming out with, this is trash, this is trash, and I was like, oh, not missing anything here.
Literally, you're not missing anything.
So
it was not integral to Endgame whatsoever.
Well, I don't know. I just know that the part of Endgame where like she comes in at the very because she wasn't in Endgame except for like in the very beginning, and then to be like, hey, well, I've got this mess I've got to deal with over here. You guys are on your own. Good luck. And then she comes in at the end and just flies through the ship or whatever. And then even then, she really didn't do much. And I mean, maybe that was because of customers' reaction to her movie. Because I mean, I don't know. Maybe they wanted to have her as a more intricate role, and then all the reviews came out and how she was garbage, and they're like, oh, well, we've already created this character, let's minimize her.
I think that's what happened, that they dialed it back. They dialed back her involvement, and they made it barely acceptable. I mean, you could see tell in the theaters when Thanos grabbed the Power Stone and punched Captain Marvel off screen. Everyone cheered. Everyone was cracking up and cheering when that happened.
That's great.
Because then she wasn't in the rest of the movie.
Yeah. Then it's like, okay, you're done.
Yeah.
And she wasn't. Like they didn't bring her back at the end scene when like Cap was going back to she was gone.
Yeah, she was gone to another union.
I mean, maybe that was Tony Stark too. He's like, I'm going to take out Thanos and this chick.
Oh man, I never thought of that. That would be so funny.
Tony Stark's like, I'm going to give 2 gifts to mankind, and
that is awesome. I love that.
Right?
And then going back to the whole movies having trouble with their adaptations from novels. The example I always like to bring up is Stephen King. He does these awesome, detailed, in-depth stories, and then you see the movie adaptations, and they're like just a shadow of those stories. And I think he's had several interviews where he's generally not pleased at the results of movies they make up based off of his IPs.
And didn't they? I don't know if they released this, but I know I saw a preview for it. That they were going to remake The Shining, which was.
I don't know if they already did or if they're still.
I saw a preview for it. And I don't know if it's something that got released yet or if it was just like a bit like a blank preview, like, hey, we're doing this. But I know they were planning on remaking it.
I think they are. Maybe The Shinier.
Right?
Yeah.
I forgot what the heck they called it. They didn't call it The Shining. They called it something else. But it was, you could tell it was just a blatant rip off of that. And it's just like, God, The Shining was good. But, man, they have no ideas left. And it's weird.
Gosh, refresh my memory. Isn't Shining with Jack Nicholson?
Yeah, that's the Jack Nicholson one where he kind of goes insane in that house.
Here's Johnny.
Yep.
Didn't they make that TV series, that streaming TV series, Ratchet, based on Nurse Ratchet from that movie? Is it? Wait, am I mixing?
I think you're mixing, but no, Nurse Ratchet. They did do a Netflix series on her, and I think that was based off of another book of Stephen King's.
No, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Welcome, Kino Subway. Hail, everyone. And so I want to ask real quick.
Sure.
So we were checking out your other book, Golden.
Mm-hmm.
And that was pretty sweet looking.
Thank you.
It looks like the campaign closed.
Yep.
But you had it as a flexible goal. Are you still going to push to get it fulfilled anyway?
Yes. Okay. So basically, the funds are going into creating the book, and I have a mailing list called Galden Take Two because I was talking to a bunch of people. Like, a bunch of people reached out to me and asked me if I was going to relaunch the campaign. I think the first person was Shay from Red Valkyrie was asking me if I was going to do it, and then I was talking to Ryan Wynn about it and a few other people, and they're like, "Yeah, you can, you could relaunch it, And so, but I didn't want to like just straight away relaunch, and then because I don't know if you remember when we talked about this last time I was on. When I launched this, I only launched this with 5 pages completed because I had to become a character perk, and where people could become, full-fledged characters in the book. And I got a bunch of people, and so actually, if you scroll down through the campaign, I think you'll be able to see some of the people. We're actually introducing. I think it's going to be the bottom page. Where you'll be able to see, we started creating the characters, and we have the other half of the people that back to become a character perk coming in the next couple pages. That'll be finished Thursday. And so all the characters are locked in, and there's that one, and then boom, there we go. So the top 4 people and the 4 people in the left panels are all people that back to become a character perk.
Oh my gosh. Cool.
And so they'll have like full-fledged characters, and that'll last throughout the life of this, or throughout most of the life of the story, because the book is going to be, the storyline is going to be about 7 books long. So their character is going to transcend through just this book into the subsequent books that come out for Galden.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, so that's the cool part about this. So that's why I launched it really, really early. And so my plan was, okay, people were telling me, hey, I should relaunch. I'm going to do that, but I set it up as a mailing list for now. And what I'm doing is I'm offering people the opportunity, if they get on the mailing list and they back the book when it does get released, they'll get an exclusive metal trading card that's going to be only for the people that backed this original campaign and for people that did the mailing list and do the back the book on the second campaign, because I wanted to have an extra something for those people that supported me from the very, very beginning that was different from that's different from the second campaign. So right now we're designing the metal card. It's actually going to be done on Friday, and I'll start releasing pictures on that so that people can see what they're going to get. It's basically going to be, if you scroll up just to the page right there above you that you can see barely, the guy on the far left there, his name is Aquilius, and he's one of our celestial beings. He's one of the beings that help create and oversee the universe.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's going to be our exclusive trading card character.
All right.
So we're working on him right now, getting some more color stuff done, and then Friday it should be finished.
Cool.
And so can't wait to debut that. It's going to look really, really sick.
When you do the relaunch, are you relaunching issue 1, or are you just going straight into issue 2 with the option of acquiring issue 1?
Well, we're still working on book 1. To be honest, we're about 45% of the way done. And the reason, so like I said, because I started early, with only the first 5 pages done, and this book is gonna be about 140 pages. So we've still got a ways to go, but I'm going to relaunch book 1, but I'm also so I'm taking away the Become a Character perk because we've already got the characters that are going to be participating in this tournament locked in.
All right.
But we're going to do more of so you'll have the book, but then more of a swag bundle. So like the metal bookmarks, metal trading cards. We're going to do a set of 6 trading cards, and they'll be completely random. And so some will be our main characters, some will be the Demon Lord, some of our Celestials, or some of the other people that back to Become a Character perk are also going to have, since they're going to be fighters in this tournament, they'll have their own trading cards as well.
Wow. Holy moly.
Yeah, a lot going to go on with that. So we're going to have that, some metal prints, bottle openers, some rolling trays, since, I'm going to get into that. And then partnering up with some people to do a t-shirt design and do some shirts and some swag. So we're going to have so the campaign's going to be relaunched in probably a few weeks, honestly, probably maybe a month from now. What I wanted to do was, I guess one of the things that I heard a lot, and I tried to pay attention to, what people like you and Ryan Wynn and some of these other guys that have a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge with this stuff. Some of the things that you guys said and some of the things that the people in the chat when I was on these various shows were saying. One of the things that I got a lot of feedback on was they're like, the art looks great. We see these pictures are cool, but we don't see any action scenes.
Yeah.
So what I wanted to do is, as we have the mailing list going and as we're still going through this creation of the book, start picking out good action scenes for the next campaign, also doing a video instead of just having the pages out, but actually doing like a preview video, because that's something that's really, really popular. And this is my first campaign, so I really didn't have any experience. It was just kind of learning as I go. And I see people like Edwin or people like Vinny Art, and some of their campaigns with the videos, and I'm just like, it makes a huge difference.
Right.
And so, I just want to bring the most to that campaign, and really give people the vision of what I have for Galden, and an understanding for where this book's going, what you're really going to get when you back this book. And so, So this one's going to be just the same. It's going to still be the same book, but with, like I said, with the additional swag bundles. And so, but yeah, once we get into book 2, we'll do a book 1 and or we'll do the book 2 when we do book 2, but we'll also have a bundle to get book 1 if people missed out on the campaign. later in the future.
Nice.
Yeah, I want to get fulfillment on this done because I want people to know that I can actually fulfill on a book because I got a lot. I think you were the first person that told me sometimes people don't haven't fulfilled on books and like that, and then I got that a lot from people who were saying like some pretty well-known people collected a lot of money through this and then never fulfilled on the books, or like people were telling me I backed a book. I think RJ over at Critical Blast was like, I backed a book 2 years ago and I haven't seen hide or hair of it. And I'm like, man, like that's something that I don't want to. That's not a legacy I want to leave behind.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, especially if you're a new creator, you want to hit the ground running. You want to get at least one campaign under your belt to where people can see that you fulfilled, that you're true to your word.
Right.
You keep them updated.
Mm-hmm.
And
which I have been terrible about that, to be honest, with Galden. As far as doing updates, I've done like 2 updates through the campaign, and that was literally just like I was telling you with the whole holiday season and me being like super busy and doing the move and all this stuff, just like having 0 time and having been really, really bad with it. So that's something I definitely am. Now that my job's giving me 1 day off a week, it's going to be like, okay, I need to do an update, say hi to everybody, make sure they know that I'm still planning on doing this, and start doing shows and working on stuff.
Yeah, and as that one meme says, hindsight is literally 2020.
It really is.
Looking back on it, I know it's too late to even do anything about it now, but if you had like posted updates, well, I didn't even check to see what your updates were specifically, but if you had posted updates saying, hey everyone, just wanted to give you guys a heads up, I've got some stuff IRL going on. I've been very busy and haven't had a chance to work on the book, but rest assured, I'm still chugging away. We're going to get this done, get the book completed.
Well, the book's still been the book's still been in the works. Like I've still been working with the artist, still working on getting things done. It's just I haven't been like the past like 3-4 weeks. Like I haven't really been on any YouTube shows promoting or talking too much about it, or like I said, I just haven't had time to just do the simple updates. Like I posted up an update when I had the picture come out of the 8 people that backed to become a character perk. Was like, hey, this is how so that, because a lot of those people were like personal friends of mine, but there were some people from Twitter and stuff that saw the campaign and backed that. So I wanted them to see, hey, you guys are there. There's your image, and so people knew that they were getting them. Like, okay, cool. I definitely am in this book. I see this picture of myself. I'm here as this character, and like kind of give them that peace of mind.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. I mean, there is that one update, but either I don't know what people prefer more, whether they prefer to get the updates via email, or whether they prefer to see the updates on the campaign itself, or maybe they like both equally.
Yeah, I don't know. I know for me, the campaigns that I back, like I'll get the email, and most of the time I don't even look at it. I just go, okay, I got an email, so they're doing something. Okay, cool, whatever. Like I don't know. I guess everybody's different.
Yeah, I it's gonna sound bad, but I tend to be the same way. I just see the notification pop up that I got an email regarding such and such campaign. But where it really counts is, or where you really got to pay attention is if you backed like be drawn in tier.
Yeah.
Then they might have questions for you, or the creator will ask you for photo reference and things like that.
Yeah, which I've done. Yeah. And that's how I got that. Like, that's one of the reasons why I was like, hey, this money is definitely going into the book. People are already being drawn in as characters. And then when I did that update, it was because, I wanted people to know, like, hey, the campaign's coming to close, but here's the image that's definitely you. You are the character. So, like I said, giving people that peace of mind that I'm, doing what I said I was going to do and making them a character and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
and I'll post. No, I was gonna say, and then the rest of the people that back, because I had a big jump of people back to become a character perk, almost like the last few days of the campaign, because EVS posted, started going through the campaign on his live stream.
Really?
Yeah. Actually, Ryan, when I was on with him and John Harvey on their stream, afterwards, he's like, "Hey, man, next time EVS is on a stream, send him a super chat, tell him about your book, and just see what happens." And so there he is on a live stream. I'm like, okay, I'll send him a chat. I'm like, hey, check out my book. It's the first one that I've done. Let me know what you think. And I thought he might check it out like later on or whatever, but no, he just pulls it right up on stream. It starts going through it, and I'm like, oh, I'm like freaking out and stuff. And then I'm like, oh my god, like super geek moment. And then and so, but it was kind of funny because it was during that like couple days where Twitter or whatever YouTube chats, like super chats, and just the chat in general was like being really wonky and slow and like freezing up.
Yeah.
So like he goes through the campaign and he checks it out, and I'm like already geeking, and then maybe like an hour later he's like, yeah, the chat was acting really wonky. Did I go through these chats? And he starts going through and he starts pulls it up again and he starts looking at it again. I'm like, oh my god, he double dipped. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's great.
And so yeah, it was cool. And then I had a lot of people back towards the end on that. I had about 6 more people become a character after that, and it was all people from CG. So those pages will be done on Thursday. And so since I'll be posting up like an email update to people with the images there, and I'll post it up on Twitter just so that people that are wondering, will see, okay, cool, I am drawn in, this is going on, and so they'll feel a little bit at ease that it's going on,
Right.
Because that's the ultimate thing. I'm a new creator, and just literally learning as I go, and wanting people to see that I'm am serious about this, and want to make some awesome books, and want to have a lot of awesome people involved.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Excuse me.
No.
That's pretty trippy. That's funny.
Yeah, it was. I geeked out, and I was like, Ryan, when you're a genius, oh my god.
Yeah, I once did it's actually something I recommend for creators, especially while they're funding.
Yeah.
It's hard as hell these days, or near impossible, to be on his show because he's so busy with his own projects.
And he's got a lot. Oh, man, he's got so many.
Now he's got his own company that's helping publish other creators, and like the Snowman. And so the closest thing you can get probably is to send a super chat and just shill your project. And most people in CG are going to take the time to read the super chat because you're donating money.
Right.
So I did. I once sent a super chat. I forgot what the heck the topic was. Oh, it was something to do with. I sent him some fan mail, a couple of packages.
Cool.
No. And I said something to the effect, glad to hear you got the packages. I kept looking on your channel thinking that you would do a P.O. box opening on a stream. And then so he read it, and then he did something similar where towards the end of the stream he went back and ended up rereading it. So that was a good feeling. Seeing it twice.
It was cool. It was funny because it came in waves. It was just like, oh hey, people saw it. Like people saw it and started backing. Just digital copy, physical copy. A couple people got to become a character thing, and then when he did the second viewing, a lot of people were like, "Oh, you know." It was the two waves of people, and it was cool, and it was a cool experience there, and so that was awesome advice, and I definitely recommend that for anybody who's trying to fund a book. You know, just reach out to those people that have, you know, that big channel, and just send a super chat. You know, cost you a few bucks, but could definitely, you know, pay out a lot more, and it was very helpful to my campaign for sure.
All right. Right on. Excuse me.
No, all good.
Let's see here. So that's pretty cool that you're gonna be fulfilling to these backers.
Yes, 100%.
Very, very cool.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing some really cool imagery. So when I do launch Take Two, I'll have a video up. I'm gonna have a lot more action scenes, and we're gonna do some. I've got some pretty cool dynamic scene setups that I want to do that are just gonna be like I'm gonna have a scene that's gonna look more like a panoramic kind of viewing. Like, have you ever seen like those? There's like an app where like if you're doing something like extreme sports thing, like you're doing a jump on a bicycle or whatever, like it freeze frames just you through the various parts of the action that you're doing.
Oh yeah, all right.
So I'm going to be working some cool things like that into some of these action scenes that are like really intense, and so you'll be able to kind of see some really cool stuff in that. So I'm going to be playing with a lot of different ways of drawing out certain action scenes that I think people will be really into.
Nice. Very cool. Excuse me. Reclaiming Zandara. Oh yeah. The other thing I was going to mention is I totally agree with having a promo video, teaser, what have you. You probably know by now there are a couple popular trailer creators like
WyzGyz.
Yeah,
I was planning on reaching out to him because I really like the art, the way that he did the video for Vinny on Shadow of the Kraken.
Mm-hmm.
I really was into that video, and I mean, obviously, it's a lot of it has to do with the art, but a lot of it has to do with the way that he captured it and just the extras, you know, the sound effects and stuff that he put in there and the music. Like the whole vibe was just amazing with that video.
Yeah, and he's incorporating a lot more transitions and stuff and effects.
Mm-hmm.
And another big one is Ascension Cinemas.
Okay, I haven't heard of them before.
They did I think it was the Cyber Frog Blood Honey one.
Really? Okay.
Pull it up on YouTube when you get a chance.
Yeah.
They were the first one I heard about in CG, and then WyzGyz started building a following, and so he does good ones too.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out.
Yeah, definitely. Reclaiming Zandara.
Mm-hmm.
Cool lettering, by the way.
Thank you.
Got some scenes. This one actually has some action scenes going on.
Yep.
With some clips of text.
Yeah, like I said, with this one, I did the whole first chapter as a preview, so that people could really understand like where we're going with the story.
Cool.
Yeah, it was cool. I think the best way to get people to understand what the story was going to be about was to show them the first chapter and let them really see for themselves like how intense the scenes were and how crazy everything was. Like it's just right off the gate, like that right there, that page that you're pulling down, the very bottom panel was boom, there's an alien ship, and you're like, wait, what? We're in page one. It's you're just like, oh shit, like right from the jump you're like, oh god, what's going on here? And that's what you know, I don't know. This whole book is just all the pages are going to be basically just crazy action the entire time. You know, especially with these people on this other planet. Just what life is there, and I think I posted up, if you saw it on Twitter, like a couple teaser pages of what life on the planet actually is like. I don't know if let me see if I can send it to you real quick.
Okay.
Because you'll just see, like, from the very get-go, it's just like super intense action.
This shot here with the news crew,
Yeah.
is that basically a view out so this town is in a city within a spacecraft?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is this town inside a spacecraft?
No. So what happens is this guy is like just has the news playing in the background, and while he's working on his computer doing his thing, he starts hearing them freaking out, and then we see the news camera actually pointing up, seeing this alien ship which descended from the sky. And so if you see this second page here,
there it is. All right, I see.
Yeah.
All right. So this is the spacecraft. I was kind of ignoring this top portion, so I missed it. So I was thinking this. I was thinking this was like a city that exists on a giant spacecraft, and you're looking out these like bay windows out into outer space, and then there's Space Armada out there.
Right. No. So these guys are on Earth, and then this ship descends down, and they're like,
There's
they're like, oh crap, you know. And then so when he looks out his window, there on page 2, you kind of see right there, he's got the blinds opened up, and you can see the ship outside, and just the glow coming off of the ship, hitting him in the fingers and stuff. And you're just like, oh crap, right away, just like, oh shit. He's like, oh shit. And then he comes down, he's running with all these people, and then he makes the wrong turn, and then boom, this explosion goes off right next to him. And right before he passes out, he sees this alien walking towards him with a gun. And then he wakes up, he's on the ship with all these people, and this woman's kind of like explaining what happens while he was unconscious.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
A touch blurry as he tries to get to his senses.
Exactly. We did a lot of that with this, especially down towards the bottom when we see like the way that these people are on the ship. You'll see like it looks kind of blurry, and that's supposed to represent the vibration of the ship as it's going. So she's explaining that, you know, we fought back, we tried to do the best that we could. There's nothing we could do to get around their advanced technology. You know, we had the jets, the tanks, all that stuff, and just nothing worked. And then we have, you know, the Antifa boys up here at the top. They're going to try to do their thing, and as you can see, one of them gets choke slammed into the wall here, and the other ones are getting trapped in these little energy beams and being taken over to go up into the ship.
These are so cool. I love the energy beams, these bubbles.
Yeah, right.
When you get captured in a bubble, does it like render you unconscious?
Yeah, it renders you unconscious, immobile. You're stuck there, and so then you get sent up in the ship, and then you regain consciousness as soon as you're out of the bubble. So it's a little different from what happened to Tannen, our main character, because he actually got knocked unconscious from the explosion that happened right next to him. So he's a little different. So while he's, you know, everybody's going up into the ship, and then they're coming to right when they get up in the ship, he's been out for like a day of being knocked unconscious. So that's why when he wakes up, everything's already done. You know, as you see at the very bottom of that last panel there at the bottom, everybody's gone. There's nothing but fire, you know, wreckage from the battle that ensued. And then boom, she's like updating him, and then he gets stuck in this bubble. She's letting him know like they've been taking people one by one. When they go, they don't come back. And so, boom, he gets taken, gets grabbed by these two aliens, and starts getting walked down through the ship.
Drag.
Yep.
Hey, that's Ultron. What the heck? Let me see something here, because we've got... Oh, wrong window. Take a quick segue. Let's see if this works. Oops. Aw. All right.
Oh, no.
Let me do it this way then.
Somebody's Twitter get nuked?
No, I thought I was being smart, and oh shoot, what happens if I do this? Nope, that won't work. All right. Whoa, what was that?
I have no idea.
What the hell?
Somebody's playing a classic 90s game before they jumped on stream.
Oh my god. Yeah, it was.
Oh, man.
That was funny.
You're like those people that are in the in those conference call videos and stuff and get caught doing some shit they weren't supposed to. Or like that was the one funny thing in Marvel where they were like,
that man's playing Galaga.
Yeah, that guy's playing Galaga. He didn't think we'd notice, but we did.
That was funny. Especially
that was funny.
Galaga is one of my favorite games of all time.
Oh yeah, I loved Galaga. I still have a classic Atari here.
What, you do?
Yeah.
Is that like what is it? The 2600?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
There's a couple different models, but yeah, no, I have like an original one from way back in the day.
I never owned it, but I did own for a little while the Atari Pong system.
Okay.
Where it's literally just Pong, and you plug it directly to the back of your TV.
Nice.
And you had the two dials,
and
you had I think 4 different player modes. But yeah, that was pretty funny. But I skipped the Atari consoles and went straight to Intellivision 1.
Okay.
Then Intellivision 2. Then NES 8-bit. I went to Atari Jaguar.
Oh, wow.
And then I went to, somewhere in there I also got PlayStation Portable 1000 and 3000.
Right. See, growing up, I just had the so I had the Atari set up, and then I had the NES, and I still have the Atari system. I still have the box and everything, but the box just kind of mangled up over time. But it was funny because it didn't work. I broke it at some point back in the day, but I just never threw it away. And then later on, maybe 6-7 years ago, I started going through some old stuff when I was moving, and I was like, oh, shoot, there's this old Atari system. Yeah, it stopped working. Let me see if I can figure out how to do this. And so I started, learning how to, fix, the circuitry and stuff like that. And
really?
Yeah, and then I got it up and running, and I was like, oh, my God, this is so cool.
So what did you end up doing? Did you have to do soldering on the...
Yeah, I had to resolder some circuits and stuff like that, which was really cool.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. So it ended up working out, and I was like, yeah, this is awesome.
So what happened? Was the soldering job originally just messed up, or was it shaking so much that...
I don't know, but one of the wires actually came out from the board, and so I just had to resolder it back in. Who knew it was such an easy fix 20 years ago?
Dang.
And so so then it works, and now I've got it hooked up to an RF modulator so that I could play it on my regular TV set, and it works out fine.
Gosh, dang. That's so funny.
Yeah, it was really, really cool.
Oh, jeez. What a trip.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of bums you out. You could have had all this fun gameplay back.
Yeah, seriously. I was like, man, who knew? It was such an easy fix.
If only you'd taken the time to learn how to solder in.
I know, when I was a child, and I dedicated myself to comics and anime and nothing else.
How dare you?
I know. Such a terrible.
Let's see here. So I'm going to. All right. So what I have to do is actually change what I'm sharing. We're going to take a moment to share this other thing. The 2 images you sent.
Oh yeah. What life on the planet is like. Yeah, you get to see one of the creatures that I came up with and designed. Like I wanted this creature from the very, very beginning. If you take a look at the first page, you'll kind of get like a real the other one. You'll get like a really good view of it.
All right. Are you able to see this okay?
Yeah. If you want to look at the other page first, it's kind of in order the other page first. So this guy kind of stumbles upon this creature. And these creatures, I call them gondolors. They have no eyes on their head. They have a really strong sense of smell, but they have an eye on the center of their chest, the center of their back, and the balls of their shoulder, giving them 360-degree view.
Whoa.
And a strong sense of smell. And this is going to be one of the creatures that our main character, who is not this guy running away, is going to have to overcome. And beat. And they have one tiny weakness, and he's going to have to find it. But yeah, they've got a strong defense, obviously very muscular, strong claws, razor sharp teeth. It's got spikes coming out above the eye on the shoulders and stuff like that to give them stronger defense of the neck.
Cool.
Yeah. So this guy who's just this random Earthling just happens to stumble across this creature, and then if you see he starts running away, and then if you see on the next page, it's where he thought he was going to get away.
So he's running for his life, but this beast with its strong sense of smell can smell him from
and still sees him. Like he's still, even if though he's caught up in these vines, he still has the the eye on the chest. And if you see, like, the eyes never take their gaze away from that direction that he's running in, even though he's caught up in entangled in some vines. And so he hides underneath this tree in this hole, and he's like, "Oh, please don't find me, please don't find me." And this thing just rips this tree out of the ground like it's nothing, and then grabs him.
It looks like his weakness is one of 2 things. Either it's a giant finger, so it pokes your eye.
No, he still got 3 other ones. Still.
You poke multiple times.
There you go.
Repeat pokings, like the 3 Stooges.
There we go.
Or you have a Red Ryder BB gun with pump action. That's pretty cool looking.
Yeah.
And Kina says, quit trying to get a new high score in the middle of a stream. Dang it. How did you know? Yeah, I was
we turned this into a Twitch stream real quick.
I was playing Galaga, I admit it.
Watch Kina's up with the second that the stream's over, he's gonna, just like in that Marvel movie, he's gonna go back to playing the game second we're cut off.
That was funny on a giant aircraft carrier. They had games to play.
Right. It reminded me of like what we used to do in school with those TI-83 things. How we used to like put the games on there and stuff. Like we used to have like the worm game, like the centipede game or whatever, where they try to eat the apples and stuff. Like I used to put. It was bad. They're like, "Oh, we're gonna give you this. Don't put any games on it." Before I got out of the classroom, that thing had 30 games on it. That day.
Oh my god.
So it just reminded me of that because like we'd be in school and teacher would be like, "Oh, we're learning about this math thing," and I'm just sitting there playing the game like, "Oh yeah, I'm totally shit, I'm a high score.
Yeah, really, really, I am paying attention. I am paying
Promise.
Oh my gosh. Let's see here. All right.
All right, so yep, that's where he's dragged to the ship and taken before the leader of this alien crew, and he's like, "Oh shit, this thing's a monster." And if you notice, all the aliens look different, and there's a reason for that. They're all from different planets.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. So if you see there, like at the very top, the two that are dragging our main character look completely different from the two that are dragging somebody else away in the panel right underneath. And the same as the guys that were, you know, the one that almost shot him, and then the ones that took out the Antifa boys. They all look different.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Yep. And so here he is trying to negotiate. He was like trying to negotiate, like, "Oh, hey, I could teach you all sorts of things." Our leader wasn't having it, and they took him away and put him into a separate room. And if you see there, right there in that bottom panel, see how it's like you can kind of see how it looks like kind of blurry because of the wobbling. We wanted to make sure to give that real feel of like what happens to the human body when it gets shaken like that.
Do you basically apply like a blur effect to achieve?
Yep. Yeah, just a slight one on just that panel.
Right. And then I guess you drag and drop the panels so it overlaps them.
Yep.
Or you hide and unhide. Okay.
And then boom, they get taken down, and they're on this planet, and they think they're back on Earth. Even the guy right here is like, "Hey, you could have dropped us off closer to home," and everybody's cheering. And then boom, the silhouette of this creature pops up. Yeah, this dragon monster creature, and that's when our main character realizes that this isn't Earth. And our main character is like a super troll. His shirt says "for a good time." Like. And then everybody runs away and scatters, and that's literally the end of the whole first chapter there. So we gave everybody, I gave everybody a chapter 1 preview, so you really get to understand the story of humans were, doing their thing, captured, taken before this leader. Now they're being dropped off on this planet. There's monsters and stuff like that. And they can really see that this story is like, okay, how are these people going to survive? Are they going to be able to make it back to Earth? What's going to happen with these guys? And it was the best way to kind of tell the story in this way, and get people kind of engaged into what the story is about.
Find out if you make it off the planet and they'll become a character.
Yes, so you get your own chapter. So with this, so at the very, very beginning, it's going to start off with everybody kind of having their own chapter. Everybody that's on this planet has one thing in common, actually. They've all done some messed up shit on Earth. And what it's going to turn out is that people that were good, generally good people, are still back on Earth. So they're back on Earth. They're untouched. That's kind of why everybody was taken one by one before that leader, because that leader could actually look into you and see what kind of person you were. And so basically, we're going to have like people that were like contract killers, people that were rapists, murderers, like all of those things that, humanity's greatest sins kind of thing. And so these people are going to be put in situations that's similar to their actions on Earth. And if they can recognize, hey, shit, this is, what I was doing, this is fucked up, like, they can actually go back to Earth. But if not, they can die a horrible death. Like this guy that you just saw running away from that giant monster thing, he was a dog fighter. And so now he's going to be put into a situation that's similar to what he did on Earth. And so we'll see if he can make it off the planet or not. So with the become a character perk, it's literally just, I've already got these things lined out. Like I've got like con men and like I said, contract killer mercenary type dudes, and stuff like that. So it'll actually just be your likeness put onto that character. But obviously characters like that, like, cause I'll have like, I'm going to have a pedo who's going to get put in his place, but obviously I wouldn't have anybody become a character to be that guy, because that would kind of suck. Like, there's your face as a pedophile in a comic. You're like, might not be something I want to put in under $50 for.
Oh, man, yeah. I don't think anyone would.
No. And so I have my select characters that are like, you know, things that aren't as heinous that people could become, you know, a part in, and find out if they make it off the earth or not. I've got like the office slut who Me Too's people all day. She's going to be put on trial, kind of thing. And so I've got all kinds of like humanities things that they, like a mad scientist that does human experimentation and stuff like that. So I've got all kinds of things planned for different characters. So
abusing the human genome.
Yes, exactly.
Oh man, this sounds like a pretty fun book, and
It will be.
You point out here, this is important for people. You must read the pages left to right instead of left to right, because it's done.
Oh, I'm supposed to put right to left. I'm just supposed to look at right to left, not left to right. I messed up on that. Oh yeah, right to left. Yeah, no, I said it right. Okay, so you must read it right to left as opposed to left to right. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, you got it right.
Okay, cool. For some reason, I thought I messed up on that, because somebody else read it to me, and they're like, "You must read this left to right instead of left to right." And I was like, "Wait, it says that?" Like, no.
Because it's created in the traditional manga format.
Yes. So this is going to be in the traditional Japanese manga format, where you got to read it right to left. And so the book will actually go back to front, like what we consider back to front.
Oh yeah. Now, does that mean it's also going to be the smaller form factor of manga?
No, I'm going to print it in a larger format, actually. So I'm going to do things a little bit different. Just keep the formatting the same, but I'm still going to print it as a larger book.
By larger, are you talking along the
11 by 17?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You're printing in 11 by 17?
I'm going to print in 11 by 17 and a half, like traditional standard paper.
I thought 11 by 17 is, well, usually when I thought roughly.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. 7, whatever I may have the measurements all wrong.
Isn't it like
no, it's 7 by 11 or something like that. Whatever the traditional like standard paper that you get at the store, that yeah.
All right.
I don't know why I'm thinking something completely different. When I said 11 by 17. That's a large ass book. Like I was fucking myself up already. Been a tough morning.
Big old tome.
Yeah, I've got like all these measurements in my head because I'm doing a lot of stuff with like the metal art panels and stuff like that. And the metal art panels are 12 by 18, but I had somebody that wanted to. There we go, 8.5 by 11. Thank you, Pale Rider.
Right.
But no, I've got somebody that wants me to do a metal art piece, like a few of them, but wants it to do it in 11 by 17, and so. I was thinking about that because that's one of the things that I have to do today. That I told you I was like, shoot, got a bunch of stuff to do today. So now I'm like, numbers, too many. And I just told you, I wasn't paying attention in math class. So
11 by 17 is typically the size of the Bristol board artists use when they're drawing comics, and then they get shrunk down at the printers to the standard comic size. Yeah, 8.5 by 11. Cool. Cool.
So that'll be the page format, but it won't be like the smaller mangas. Yeah, I don't know. There's too much going on to shrink this down, because a lot of these pages have like 5-6 panels in them.
Right.
So to shrink it down that low would take away a lot of the details that were put in.
That makes sense. So stretch goals. The first one's at 3,500, where every backer gets a Reclaiming Zandara metal bookmark.
Yep. So metal bookmark. That'll be Tannen, the main character, or Lord Vexer, which is the alien leader.
Every backer gets a Reclaiming Zandara bottle opener at 4,500.
Yep. So they'll get the bookmark. They'll get the bottle opener as well. Along with the book, and all the books, all the hard copy books that are $25 are autographed. So that's one of the other things.
Nice.
And I think it says it in there, but it should say it in there because I remember typing it, but I don't think it's highlighted enough in there.
And 7,500, every backer gets 12 by 18 metal Reclaiming Zandara poster.
Yep. So you get the bookmark, bottle opener, and the large metal poster.
12 by 18. 12 by... Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's a larger size.
Nice.
Yeah.
Eddie, where are you, right?
Shit. Yep. I just died a little bit. It's fine.
Just died a little bit.
Yep. My camera decided that it wanted to nuke itself. And that's it's like, oh hey, let me Minecraft myself live on YouTube. I'm tired of looking at this ugly dude's face with this weird Dragon Ball Z shit behind him. I'm gonna just destroy myself.
8,000. Every metal poster will be autographed. Do you use Sharpies on metal posters, or do you use some?
Yes, you can actually use it. So when I do conventions and stuff, when people get like characters and they want to get it autographed by a voice actor or something, I tell them to they can use a traditional Sharpie, but like when everybody buys it, like a metal art piece, it comes in like a plastic sleeve, and I just tell them to wait for the ink to set in for 5-10 minutes before they put the sleeve back over it. Because the metal is designed to absorb the ink.
Oh, it is. Oh,
yes, yeah. The finishing that puts on it. That's why it's good for sublimation. Is because the sublimation process is literally the metal absorbing the ink.
And let's see. At 10,000, every backer receives a Reclaiming Zandara T-shirt. Ooh, I love it.
Yep, we're gonna do some cool shirt stuff. I'm working with a shirt printing company. Because I have the same kind of stuff, but it's a little different for shirts than it is for metal, and I'm just like, it's too much for me. So I'm gonna hire a professional company to do it.
You got all this gear for your metal work.
Yeah,
and that alone is pretty amazing. I mean, isn't the equipment that you need to do that kind of stuff typically expensive, or am I just dreaming?
What was that?
Isn't the equipment that's required for you to do all that metal sublimation quite expensive, or can you get in on it pretty?
So the metal I get from a manufacturer, it comes in like a 12 by 24 inch slab. And then I cut it down to size, and I've got like cutters and stuff like that. But traditionally, I'll get that 12 by 24 for about $14. And so then it comes down to just printing with the certain type of ink and a transfer paper, and then heat pressing. Overall, like my 12 by 18s, the cost to me is roughly $20. And so when I sell them at conventions, I sell them at 40. So. And then not only that, but then I get I'll have a little bit of extra left over from that panel to do like bookmarks like these and stuff like that. So
hold up.
That one's Piccolo.
Yeah.
This one's done on like a mirror finish aluminum.
Wow, that's neat. Wow. So you holy crap, that's cool.
Yeah, I did the Piccolo one. Like this is just a bookmark of like the larger print, but the larger print like has him there, and then Planet Namek in the background through space and stuff like that. And it was just kind of like showing him where he came from.
Nice. Pale Rider, welcome. It sounds like some good swag.
Thanks, Pale Rider. Appreciate that.
Welcome, Bristolian Dave. All right, me babbers. I think the signature should be solder. Not too much to ask, right?
Right. Like just
yeah, that's a good idea because you figure, all right, so as long as the tin lead composition of solder
right
can stick on there pretty well.
I think it had to sublimate the image first and then do the solder signature afterwards.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, solder. That would be a kick.
That would be funny.
I once got my degree in electrical, engineering technology, electronics.
Okay.
And at a certain point, I was thinking about making my own keychains, but of little bitty circuit boards. But then I started seeing it already in the market, so I was like,
right.
Guess
well,
not.
It just depends because like mass producing those has got to be time consuming. That's the one thing that I think. For keychains, you got to make sure you get a good dollar for your time value.
Yeah, and it probably didn't help that I wasn't thrilled with the smell of solder.
Yeah, no, that's a tough one to get by. That's the thing with my sublimation machine too. I have to because the smell that comes off in the baking process or whatever is just terrible. So I gotta always have it near an open window and have a fan pointed to try to get the fumes. Because if not, they just spread throughout the whole house.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah. Especially when I'm doing a large, I'm doing a large convention or something, and I'm got a heat press for 12 hours. It's oof, the whole house will smell for a week and a half, which is fine because I'm usually gone for 6 of those days at the convention. But then the other people in the house have to deal with it.
It's all part of your master plan.
Yes, I will annoy you for sure, and then I'll be gone, so I won't have to eat it.
Bristolian Dave says, I know nothing about Phoenix Animation, but he has a Dragon Ball Z poster, so he's a good bloke.
Thanks, Bristolian Dave. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm an alright guy, I guess. I mean, I didn't wear my nicest asshole you ever met shirt. I probably should have done that.
But. Cartoon Network was the only channel in English I had overseas, so I know a bit about Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, that was the first anime I was introduced to when I was 14. I loved it. And man, it's really, really cool.
I started with Dragon Ball, regular old Dragon Ball, when they were kids.
Yeah.
And then they started playing Dragon Ball Z, so I watched that.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen Broly, though.
What? Wait, what Broly? The actual, this latest Broly movie? Or, the original Broly?
I thought it was a series. Dragon Ball Broly or something like that.
Okay, so you have Dragon Ball Super Broly, which is the movie that came out in the movie theaters in 2019. That was the whole thing that Vic Mignogna got hit on afterwards. He he got Me Too'd or whatever.
Was
with those false accusations?
Was this an animated one or was it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
It was not the live action one.
No. And then, but Vic had originally voiced Broly because Broly was a character. So you had Dragon Ball, the Dragon Ball show, then Dragon Ball Z. And then during Dragon Ball Z, they would have these spin-off movies that had nothing to do with the timeline of Dragon Ball Z.
Oh.
So, yeah, you had the Tree of Might, Cooler's Revenge, Broly. Broly had 3 movies. So there was the original Broly where he was in it, and then where Broly's on Earth, and then where these guys tried to recreate Broly, and he was this weird slimy they called him Bio Broly. But yeah, he had a 3 movie stretch because he was so popular as a character. They kept bringing him back.
Really?
And even Vic was just because the way that he had to do Broly was super, super raspy. And he's man, after doing a whole movie of trying to yell like that, he's I wouldn't have a voice for a week. And so, he did the original Broly, and then a couple years later, they're like, "Hey, we're doing Broly again," and they're like, "You're bringing it back." And so he was like, "Oh God!" And so he did like the second movie, and then they're like, "Okay." And he's like, "He's definitely dead, right?" And they're like, "Yeah, he's definitely dead." And then they do this Bio Broly thing, like, "Hey Vic, we're going to bring him back as Bio Broly." He's like, "What?"
I wonder if doing that causes long-term damage to your vocal cords.
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's repercussions on it, but then they asked him to do this Broly movie, and then he did it more without that raspy, crazy voice that he had in the original Broly's, and he did it more towards his voice, and it sounded really, really good. And he said that it was a lot less strain on his vocal cords. So.
Oh, good. Yeah. I mean, it's like singers, you know. Mariah Carey was known for those high C notes.
Mm-hmm.
And then over time, you know, she had to cut back on that.
Right. It was like the Avenged Sevenfold guy, the lead singer from him, M Shadows. He had like this really raspy voice when he sung, but it was really good because it worked really well with the music. And then after a few years of that, he had to actually get like surgery on his throat because of the damage he had done. And then his voice wasn't the same after that.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. There's only so much you can do.
Welcome, Matanui. Meet.
Hey, Matanui, what's up?
Pale Rider says, I worked in bronze, and one of the hardest things was to clean up the artist's signature sometimes. Oh.
Work in bronze.
Oh, you mean like you have to remove all the burrs and make it nice and smooth so there's no sharp edges that can cut you?
Mm. So with the metal that I get, so I've got the metal, it's a mirror finish, like, so it's an aluminum, but I have various different finishes on the top. So I'll have like a mirror finish, like the Piccolo one I showed you, which is it's really shiny and reflective. And then I would also have like a white finish, which is really, really good for like cartoon anime colors. Like it really makes it pop. And then one of the things for the guy that does Grave Robbers that we were talking about was, like I said, was doing it with like a bronze finish on the top so that it gives it that rustic, wanted, old Western wanted poster vibe. And I even have I can even do like a gold finish where it comes in if you want something like to be like a really reflective gold look, but also have an image on it.
Oh, wow.
So there's various different things that I can get through my metal manufacturer.
All right. So you can get gold colored plates and bronze colored plates. And now, did you say you were actually buying it in these big old slabs or blocks?
Yeah, so it comes in like a 12 by 24 slab, and then I have to cut it. But then I'll get so right now I'm getting like 100 at a time, and it costs me, like I said, about $14 per for each one.
Well, how thick are each of them?
What is it? 0.3. It's like a 0.3 grade. It's a thicker grade, so it doesn't. So they have the kinds that are thinner that like you could still bend, but I don't know, for longevity purposes, I don't like using those. I tend to use like a slightly thicker metal so that it's less bendable.
Right. Makes sense.
Especially with like stuff like bookmarks and stuff. If you have something too flimsy, then it's you can just literally just bend it like that, and then it's no longer a bookmark and
screw it up
and stuff. And then, but the bottle openers actually are the ones that come really, really thick. And then I don't know what these rolling trays are going to look like. They look cool in the pictures and what I got sent from this manufacturer. But like I said, I'll see them at the end of the week, and then I'll be able to put my my art on top of it and press it in, and then I'll be able to see what that's like, and I'll definitely kind of post that up on Twitter and tag a bunch of people just to show
that's
how it looks.
Yeah, be sure and tag me too.
Definitely. Yeah, I was talking to to Ryan about it, because I if I have something cool that I think people will be into, or contacts and stuff, I'll I'll reach out to artist friend, creator friends that I know and just be like, hey, this might be something cool that you can offer to your clients. And that was one of the things that I was like, okay, let me see how these trays work out, because it's not something that I've ever dealt with before. Once I have them and they've pressed it and I make sure that everything's good, then I'll, be like, hey guys, maybe this is something cool that you can offer, your backers and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I'm super into, like, I don't know, I guess I'm super into like just helping people network and stuff like that, and giving people cool things that they could offer to people.
I mean, the fact that you even can make this kind of stuff, it floors me, and it's stuff that I would be interested in including in a future campaign of my own. So
Right.
It's that cool.
Hey.
Subway, original Dragon Ball is best Dragon Ball. Oh, that's because you're old. Yeah, that's true. You know what, Bristolian Dave? Get off my lawn. You little whippersnappers. What is your opinion of Dragon Ball Super?
Super. Okay. To be honest, this is what Super is to me, and I mean, you may think of it. It's a grab for more money. It plain and simple. I liked the Broly was brought back. I liked that they finally gave him a backstory. I loved the Broly movie, actually. I thought the art was a little rushed when they did the animation on it. And so, that's the only thing that really irked me a little bit about the Broly movie. But as far as the way that they created the story for him, I thought was awesome. But Super, the problem with Super, I think, is that one of the things they made Trunks into a really bitch character, which he wasn't that for Z, and I thought they really messed that up a lot. And it just seems like everything is rushed, and there's a rush through powers and stuff like that, because it's just like, okay, we have the Battle of Gods, which is a great movie. They brought it back in the series, and now they redid it, and I didn't like the way they redid it. I thought that actually the way that they had it portrayed in the movie was a lot better. But they do that, then they're going through Resurrection of F, and then it's like, okay, with Zamasu and Goku Black, it's just like, okay, we're going to go in the time chamber and we're going to train for a year. Or, okay, we're going to go train for another year. Or, okay, we're about to, we're in between the Goku Black Zamasu arc and the Tournament of Power. We're going to go train for 3 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. And you never see any of it.
No.
And and then he comes back out, and then there's the Tournament of Power, and then Ultra Instinct, and then Vegeta Ascends. I loved the Tournament of Power arc, the amount of detail and the fact that they gave backstories to each character, and kind of it wasn't solely focused on Goku or Vegeta, but everybody else kind of had the time to shine, even people outside of Universe 7. So I thought that was really well put together, but it just seems like a cash grab to, just continue making money off of people interested in it. And it's like, far as the manga goes, Moro seemed like a really, really cool character, and I liked the way that he was portrayed, at least in the very, very beginning and throughout midway through. But then, like, towards the end, when it started getting towards him being defeated, it just kind of lost me for a bit. I don't know, they kind of went off the rails. So I think there's a lot of potential in the future of Dragon Ball Super if they take more lessons from the things that people loved about Z, and really keep the same artists that they had for Tournament of Power. Because Tournament of Power, especially the episodes where Goku and Vegeta are fighting Jiren, and like it's like Vegeta's first time to shine, they started using like these awesome colors and like this really, really great shadow designs and shadow work and like these really bold blacks. And I thought the dark tones that they put in that fight scene were the best I'd seen in Dragon Ball. And so, I don't know. I'm hopeful, but at the same time, kind of reluctant on the future of Super. So that's as in depth as I could get.
I enjoy Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, but there were times where I thought some of the fights were exhausting. like the whole Martin Buu battles, and how he just kept coming back in a new form. And it's like they stretched out a single fight into 5 or 6 episodes. It felt like. And I was like, oh my gosh, finish them all already.
Right. I liked Buu. I guess conversely, I liked Buu. I liked the fact that they kept. So if they were going to keep the fights long, I liked that they gave a reason for it. Like, Buu absorbed this guy, Buu absorbed that guy. As much as I liked the Goku Frieza fight, that was literally just, one. It was forever long, and it just I don't know, it was just forever long, and there was no progression with Frieza really. Like, oh, I'm only warming up, oh, I'm only using 1%, oh, I'm using 50%, oh, I'm using 100%. It's just like, oh, okay. But at least Buu, like, it was just like, oh shit, I'm going up against somebody who's equal in strength, they're stronger than me, how do I not die? And it was him creating his own opportunity. And so I think that was the one thing that I did like about Buu.
Right.
As opposed, to like Frieza. Cell was good. Cell's arc, was very similar in design to Buu. Like, he absorbed the androids, and he had all these different cells in him. So that was actually one of my favorite arcs.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as they started absorbing other characters, that's when you knew it was getting real.
Yeah, you're like, oh shit.
Serious. It's like, these guys are so powerful, and they got absorbed. It's like, what?
Yeah, Black Rose Comics said it. Yeah, Super Buu, creepy as AF.
Yeah.
But the scene where he's on Kami's tower, and there was a scene where he's on Kami's tower and he just does that slow walk around, and then he's like, okay, I've counted every human, and just puts his hands up. There was that, and then he looked super creepy when he was just about to blow himself up with Mystic Gohan there. Like, after he realized he couldn't win that fight, he's like, I'm gonna blow myself. Like, he got like all veiny and his eyes like twitched, and he looked creepy as fuck at that moment. That was like, oh shit, it's getting real.
We don't talk about Bio Broly.
Oh god, Bio Broly. Bio Broly was just awful. Just awful.
Speaking of old, I liked the Dungeons and Dragons cartoon when I was a kid. Lol, even had the action figures. War Duke, bitches. I thought the D&D cartoon was okay. I mean, I watched it. I didn't quite care for the animation style, but it was kind of fun for its time.
Yep.
Dave had a good morning.
Dave's in a crazy time zone compared to us. Holy crap.
You know what I want them to bring back?
What?
Metabots is what Dave is saying. I'm not familiar with Metabots.
Yeah. I don't know.
I grew up on Transformers and GoBots. Lost Wax Casting.
I mean, I've noticed so Jen was telling me that so they have, like, she's from Ecuador, and so they were telling me that they have like similar shows, like the exact same show, but they call the different names. So maybe Metabots may be something that we actually do know about. It's just called it just references a different name.
Could be.
Dave said it's 6:27 p.m. wherever he's at, so he's probably in Europe.
Yeah, he's in the
so it's probably just called something different.
Yeah, he's in the UK. He's with CGUK. Lost Wax Casting. A lot of metal singers end up needing surgery or taking lessons or doing stuff to protect their voice from all the screaming and growling and such.
Yeah. And I mean, M Shadows wasn't so much screaming I think like his was like, he had this crazy rasp to his voice that was really, really unique. And it was a strong voice, but like, you could tell he was messing his voice up. And so there's probably a ton of scar tissue. Dave just posted up a Wikipedia link for Metabots.
Okay, cool. Anyone into movies, TV shows, or physical media? Come give Bristolian a sub.
I will check you out, bro. I definitely will. I'm totally into meeting new creators and YouTube platforms and stuff, and just hanging out and having a good time. So hell yeah, man. I'll definitely check you out after this.
Bristolian Dave's good people.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of these people are, man. It's just it's been crazy as somebody who's like new to this whole thing. Just the amount of people that are like literally just go out of their way to like even, David Black Rose Comics here, like he, just saw my stuff, liked it, started, sharing and retweeting and just like, hey man, check out this guy's stuff. It's really cool. And then like shit like that. Like it was funny because I had this conversation with a buddy of mine. He was kind of getting mad because he posted something on Facebook about, hey, vote for my wife for this, hot chick contest or something, which I thought was weird, but but like I told you before, Christmas time I was busy, so I didn't really pay attention to it. And then like a week later, he's like, oh, I see you guys aren't my real friends, blah blah blah, and starts like bitching at everybody. And I was like, huh? And then he's like, you guys don't have anybody's back on anything. And I just go, well, when have you ever shared any of the stuff that I do, or when have you ever supported anybody? And I was like, I get more love from strangers on Twitter for the projects that I'm doing than people I've known for 25 years. Like, I mean, I've had a few people that, like I said, I've had a few friends like back the campaign and share stuff, but like, it's weird. But it's like a primary group of friends that I've known since elementary school, just they don't. And so, but I've noticed this community is just like a really tight knit, really good group of people that really just genuinely want to see the best for people and see everybody succeed. Oh, and I like that. It's definitely something unique to be a part of, and it's totally different from anything else.
Yeah, what he should have done is shared the link to the contest his wife was entering with.
Oh God!
Like, yeah, that would have made more traction than it would on Facebook, I would think.
Yeah, I think so, because he posted it and then he tagged, like, it was one of those things where he tagged like 96 people. And I don't know about you, but like I used to get those things all the time from like bots and stuff like that would just like come on, or like hackers that would hack somebody's profile and just tag a bunch of people in some random link to try to get, Yeah. So like I typically like ignore those things. I'm just like, I don't know what this is. It's weird. But, then I started doing it for the comics. But like I would tag like maybe like 10, 15 people and just be like, hey, man, check this out. Think you might like this. Just general people that are into the same sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But, I don't know.
Every now and again, I come across someone I follow who is participating in that one contest. I think it's through Maxim to be, like to get a photo shoot of them. And I'll try and promote it through my social media.
Right.
I get some interest, but I don't really know whether people are interacting with those posts or not.
Right. I mean, it's nice that you post it, and it's one of those things where like I'll try to promote people that I think are doing something really cool. That like if I see something, I'm like, hey, I know that guy. This is cool. I'll try to promote it too, or try to help out any way that I can with anything. Like Alexander Trapp from It's a Trap Productions, he had me on as a guest, and it was one of those things where he was like, good dude. We did an interview, and he's up over 1,100 subs, but was short on his viewing hours by like 660 hours, and this was back in end of November, beginning of December. And since I ride around in a FedEx truck for, 6-7 hours, I've literally just been playing his streams like in the background while I'm driving my truck. And I think he's like got like 20 hours before he's monetized.
Holy moly!
Yeah, I mean, between me and like obviously him, doing streams and having doing more streams and having people on, but it was like it was something small that I could do to help get him to his goal, or somebody posted up that their family member had a cat that needed surgery and it was like $6,000 or whatever. I tossed a few dollars to help out. People are like, hey, I had this one guy who just friends requested me on Facebook. Didn't know him. We had one mutual friend who was part of CG, and I was like, hey, what's up, man? He's like, hey, how's it going? I've got this YouTube channel. Do you mind checking it out? And then I saw like he had 995 subscribers. And so I said, okay, cool. I hit the subscribe button. I didn't even know what it was about. It said sports and wrestling or whatever, but I was like, yeah, sure, subscribe, posted up on Twitter. He ended up getting over 1,000 subs. I'm like, cool, man, you're over 1,000 subs. How many watch hours do you need? He's like, oh, I'm already at 5,000. I'm like, oh, so you're monetized. He's like, yeah, thank you so much for your help. I'm like, fuck yeah. Like, I don't know. It's just one of those things when like people have done good onto me, and so I want to be able to do good on to other people, especially in this community.
5,000 hours. Wow.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I came in here midstream. Is there a trailer?
No, I gotta get definitely got to get WyzGyz. Let me see if he's available and see how much dollar dues I gotta send his way to help me out with doing one, especially for Galden. I think that'll be really, really cool. And maybe doing, I don't know, because I've got Reclaiming Zandara. It's on in demand. A video might be pretty cool, especially if like the first chapter.
I think so too.
I
would think so.
Yeah. So definitely something I thought about doing. And in Pale Rider, a lot of it came from, Galden and Reclaiming Zandara, my first two projects, first two Indiegogos. They came out roughly at the same time, and I know nothing about really nothing about what I was getting into, and so just kind of learning as I go.
Nice. Dave says he really enjoys Super. He's on the Goku Black / Rose arc.
Goku Black was a good dynamic character.
Excuse me. It annoyed him how they repeated the movies and then added extra bits for the first two arcs.
Yes, absolutely. That's the one thing that I hated about it. I thought, especially Battle of Gods. Battle of Gods is so good, so well done, that you just needed to replay that. And even Resurrection of S was really, really good. But then when they brought in the Super arc, they redrew everything, and the art wasn't as good. That's one of the things. Like the Vegeta and Frieza and Goku, there were points in Dragon Ball Super where you'd see them and they looked deformed in a really obvious way. And so you're just like, wait a minute, why didn't you just keep the movies? But then they kind of got their act together when they did Goku Black and Zamasu's arc, and that was actually a good arc.
Let's see. I know I'm real late on this, Pale Rider. Got to go be back if y'all are still on.
Oh, dang. Yeah, I'm late to that too. I was just
sorry if I missed you. Oh yeah, I remember Metabots. I only ever got to watch a few episodes as a kid, but I remember liking it. I watched a few episodes of Super and have read up on the arcs and everything for it, and wasn't a fan overall of it, although I did like the episode with Roshi in the Tournament of Power.
Yeah, Roshi actually had some really good character development in his ability to not trip out over women the way that he did. And not just that, but the way they portrayed it was that Roshi eliminated some people and it showed that outside of just the brute strength that we've come to see in Dragon Ball Z, that there are characters that you have to beat with intelligence, and Roshi definitely handled a few of those characters, and that was really, really cool to see from him. And I think a lot of Tournament of Power, kind of when I started doing Galden and when I said, okay, I'm going to do this tournament arc and I'm going to have these people that became characters and I'm going to create these backstories for them, I really am taking inspiration from how they did Tournament of Power as far as not just solely focusing on Goku and Vegeta, but also giving other characters that time to shine. And I'm really gonna, I'm really taking that as inspiration towards how I wrote that tournament, as far as giving characters their own time to shine.
I think you read this one. Super Boo was creepy as fuck, but that scene where he was on top of Kami Tower and killed the whole world. Oof.
Mm-hmm.
Dragon Ball Super was meh as fuck. Toei keeps sleeping on OG Dragon Ball.
It's true. It's true. It really is. That's kind of what I was getting at. It's just, it seems like a cash grab for fans of the original show.
I never liked Frieza as a character and did not like Namek Saga. Loved Boo though. Yeah, there's some Boo love.
There you go. Like I said, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that we saw Boo, not just Goku and our people, our main characters trying to overcome this crazy villain, but we saw Boo say, "Oh crap, this dude is stronger than me. I have to find a way to progress to get above." And it was a battle of wills. Ultimately, with was what I got from Boo Saga. It's like, how can I get over this hurdle and beat this guy? Oh crap, he just went up higher. How do I overcome the next hurdle? And so I can. And it was this really, really cool thing.
Black Rose Comics is a man of culture, clearly.
Definitely.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to Black Rose Comics. Great dude.
Black Rose Comics is a man of culture, clearly. Dang it. I just went to check out the. I don't know if I already told you, but when I go to when I'm streaming, I often have my stream up in another tab.
Oh yeah, I do the same.
So that I can monitor from time to time whether my stream gets taken down for one reason or another. But so far, it's still going.
There you go. I haven't said anything too offensive yet. Clearly, I'm doing something wrong.
And
back to Captain Marvel insults.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then I didn't realize when I switched over to it this time around, I had not yet muted it, so I had to do it just now.
That's what got me in the very beginning when you started playing that first 30 seconds, and then it blipped over to here. I was like, oh crap, mute. Metabots.
Huh.
I don't recognize any of that.
I don't either. Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Oh man, Bristolian Dave's about to take back that good dude comment in a minute. Watch. He's like, I thought you were cool because you had Dragon Ball Z, but you don't know Metabots? You're out.
Metabots was called Metabots here in the U.S. as well.
I
retweet the hell out of Phoenix Animation.
There we go. Thank you, Dave. Much appreciated, buddy.
It's a great community, a lot of good people. It inspires you to get involved. I'm writing a couple stories I want to make into comics this year, hopefully.
That's awesome. Yeah, definitely do. I mean, honestly, there's no better time. I mean, it was this demand that I saw from people saying we need something different than this trash tier stuff we're getting with Marvel and DC and even some of the mainstream anime companies. Like I said, Dragon Ball Super is more of a cash grab than an actual put together story. And yeah, man, it's just the demand was so high, and I was like, you know what, I've got these cool ideas. I've got this, support through, through people that I've met in conventions and stuff, and this is before I got involved with CG, and I was just like, okay, cool. I'm gonna just do this, especially with the whole Vic Mignogna situation. Like that was kind of pushed it over the edge when people were like, "Hey, we need a new anime company. We need new stuff. We need people that'll actually hire people that care about their fans and stuff like that." And I was like, you know what? I've got these cool ideas. I should just jump on it. And yeah, man, it's been really, really cool. Got to meet a lot of awesome people through CG and stuff since.
A lot of people don't know Metabots. There's always the people you know. Yeah. As soon as the whole pandemic thing started, and it was like, was it DC who said pencils down, or was it Marvel? I forget.
I thought it was DC, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I think it was DC.
I remember that. It's...
Yeah, and that combined with Diamond.
Oh yeah, the whole Diamond tanking thing.
That was a huge mess, and and then it seemed like Marvel and DC were all collapsing all at once. They let Diamond become a monopoly, and they relied so heavily on them. And then that combined with the whole SJW influence of the stories and the characters. And replacing characters that, we grew up and loved with fake replacements.
And then just the art quality is just garbage. It just really is. That whole Captain Marvel thing, and then the I Am Not Starfire, it's just
and the new mutants and the JT.
Yeah.
And it's like,
I am relieved to see you again, Pale Rider. I was actually talking. I was answering a question, and then we got to the part where it said you were gone, and I was like, oh, I'm so sad.
Oh, yeah. It floored me when they did the whole pencils down, because in my mind, I don't know, maybe I was being naive, but from what little I knew about the comic book industry and behind the scenes, it seemed like a pandemic would be the perfect time to ramp up and release more comic books. Not only for entertainment, but you figure your workforce could easily transform into being mobile, or whoever isn't. So it made no sense to me that it would put their industry at a halt.
Well, that's the whole reason why Netflix and Prime and Hulu and all these companies have, become so much more popular, and so much, everything, especially Netflix. Netflix puts out a lot of great anime content and just different content in general. But it's COVID, this whole lockdown situation. People are stuck in their homes. They're bored. There's literally nothing to do outside of making babies and watching Netflix. So it's like, if you're not going to do one, you're going to do the other. But there's never been more of a time where people said, let me see what's out there. And if you're making an indie thing, people are going to find you. Or just like Marvel, DC. Oh, hey, I remember the Marvel movies. They were really cool. Let me see what else Marvel's doing on the book side, because there's no other movies coming out. And that's when they discovered the stuff that you're making. Like, there's never been a better time to produce content.
Yeah, when all that stuff was happening, and then I learned about CG and it becoming something, and the explosive growth early on, I knew this would be the time, if any, to try and get involved in the comics industry and join in. Pale Rider says, "I'm back. I know you're relieved." Yes. Thank goodness Pale Rider's back. Whew.
Yeah.
What do we do?
We were worried about you, buddy.
DC said pencils down. Both of the mainstream comic companies are suffering. I still buy Marvel books as I can't leave the characters. There are some good books. Need to dig through tons of shit. Yeah, my problem is I don't have the patience to dig through the tons of shit.
That's true. No, and that's really the only thing that's keeping these companies alive. And the same thing, like I said, with the whole Dragon Ball Super thing in general, is they're milking the cow. The people that love these characters since they're little, they know that's the only way they're going to survive anything is to play on that love that we have for the characters. And so, yeah, I mean, that's literally their only play.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the only play that they could see. Honestly, they could have made a lot of different content, and this would have been the time to do it. Like with me, I decided to do this whole thing when the Vic Mignogna stuff happened, and people were saying we need a new studio, we need a new anime, we need a new company that actually cares about people. And I was like, okay, I've got these cool stories, I can do that. But it was trying to figure out and work through the logistics that I had a little bit of a struggle with in the very beginning. And then it just so happened that when COVID hit, my job was like, hey, we need people to work 7 days. You'll make a little extra money. I was like, I could use a little extra money to go towards this thing. And it just ended up everything syncing together that now I'm in a situation where I'm creating these ideas that I've had in my head for years. And people are looking for new ideas now more than ever because everything is the same. It was all about timing.
Mm-hmm.
So it ended up working out really well for me.
Yeah. Although I'm not buying any of the new stuff, when I do go to the local comic shops, fortunately, there's a couple that are still alive.
Yeah.
I go for the long boxes. And what I'm doing now is I'm actually searching out books that were done by current creators, former ex-Marvel and DC artists and such, and who are now in CG, and getting their older stuff because they're seeing and realizing success in CG that their stuff is just going to become worth more and more. And that's also my indirect way of supporting my local comic shop.
Right. Well, it's probably because you feel the peace of mind of knowing like this. I've seen this person here in CG. I know this guy cares about the readers, cares about the product, and is in CG because he wants to put his best foot forward into these projects. And I know I'm going to get that out of his older work because that's just who that person is as a creator. So I totally get that.
Yeah. I'm not Starfire. I'm a piggy little twinkly eating couch sitter. Pale Rider's obviously touched.
Very touched. But not by me because I don't need to get me too'd. No offense.
Yeah.
It's all Wyman.
Did you hear what Phoenix Animation said? They got to stop with the self-inserts. Batman's not a cuck. Don't write him like one. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, they keep screwing up his character. Don't have to worry about making babies. My favorite redheaded stripper has all those parts removed, so it's just all fun.
There you go. You got it.
Oh, gosh. Oh, man.
You got all the crazy without the potential of child support. It's great.
There you go. So let's check out these perks here. So we got the digital copy. You know what? I just realized. I might have mentioned it last time, but you don't have doohickey, whatchamacallit. You don't have a featured tier.
Yeah, I mean, I only have like the 3 tiers, and especially like with the become a character tier, there's only 4 slots available, so it's literally just like, and that was part of me, just like I said, not like learning as I go and not having done a project before and not having these other, at the time I just was like, okay, cool, I'm going to make the book. It's going to be really cool. And I didn't really understand how much swag like the bookmarks and the bottle openers actually contribute overall to that. And so that's why I was like, okay, I need to make these as stretch goal tiers, because it was just me not really knowing. And that's the same thing with Galden. Galden was, you get the digital copy, you get the hard book that's autographed, and you get the become a character thing. Obviously, the become a character thing on Galden was a lot better, because it was, you get to be like a mainstream character in the life of multiple books. So that was cool.
Yeah,
But,
seriously. Yeah.
But outside of that, it was just, not having much to offer or not understanding I had so much to offer. And going forward, I'll make sure to have a lot more as I've learned the error of my ways.
There's the drawing tier is something I really like in projects.
Mm-hmm.
But I always try and figure out how I would implement it in my own campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Whether I go the route of drawing them in the existing campaign and like having a cameo or one shot, or if in the current campaign I'm having the drawing tier for the following book, like issue 2, or if it's something where the character should be have the opportunity to stay in the storyline over several issues or more.
Yeah, and I think that just kind of works out to your story. Like, I knew with Galden, I had this many people fighting in this tournament against demons for the fate of mankind. I knew that the first 2 books were going to encompass a tournament, and the other, 4 or 5 books is going to be the stuff that follows the tournament and all. But I knew I wanted to keep these guys as, I was going to have a set group of people that I wanted to have that go throughout the life of the story. And it literally was just like, well, I can make these people. It doesn't really, like, I've got to design these characters no matter what. And if anything, that will be something really cool for people that back the book, especially, throwing in an image of like their wife and kid for a panel so they get cameoed in, like, makes it actually like them. And I mean, it didn't really hurt me, cost me much to do that. And it if anything, there was more benefit to my customers and my backers than would have cost me to, draw them in, Obviously, my artist hates my friend Jacob, who has that full tribal sleeve tattoo, because now throughout all the books he has to draw that on his arm. But there's a little bit of, I'm sure there's a little bit of hate in there for that one.
But I mean, if you go into that much detail and that much, I mean, it really shows the love for the project.
Yeah.
And your willingness to, make your backers happy.
Mm-hmm. And it's one of the things where I think I can generate a love for the story from my backers as well, because especially like the people that did the become a character thing, now it's like I'm invested in this book. Like, I'm there. When book 2 comes out, they're going to know, hey, I'm going to be in book 2. I'm going to be fighting demons. I got to check this out. Oh, hey, book 3, I'm going to be doing, I guess, fighting demons. We don't know what happens after the tournament, but it's going to be something cool, but I'm going to be there. And it's something that forever they'll be able to say, hey, I was a part of this book series. This is pretty cool, especially once I start doing like trading cards, like metal trading cards for the characters and stuff. They'll be able to have, outside of the book, just these cool things that they can literally just share with their kids when their kids are growing up and stuff like that. Like, hey, this was me. I was in this. Mm-hmm. And I think it sets a different tone than just getting cameoed in, or like even just like with Reclaiming Zandara, there's a way to become a character, but you're in there for a chapter. You'll love it because it's going to be cool because you're in there for the chapter or whatever. But and that's something obviously you might share with people, as long as you're not like a pedophile in the book or something. Like, you know.
Yeah.
But I think the Galden character perk definitely hits a little different.
That's pretty impressive that you get a whole chapter plus the possibility of surviving into future issues. That's really sweet.
Yeah.
So the first perk is the digital copy for 10. So you get the PDF. It is PDF, right?
Yep, it's going to be PDF format. Like I said, this one's going to go for about 120 pages at this point.
100.
So you're going to get a sizable book. It's going to be, sizable PDF.
Did I miss it or something? I didn't see any mention of it.
Oh, it just says 100 plus. Because when I wrote this campaign, I was still kind of in the writing process. I knew it was going to be over 100 pages, but didn't have an actual physical number. But now I do because it's all written out and set up. And the way that I do the writing is a little different. So like I didn't write the story, but like more of like this is the panel format. So when I do it, I say, okay, this panel, this is the scene, this is what's said. This panel, this is the scene, and I number it that way and by page number, so I know exactly what I'm doing and making sure that I keep everything formatted in a way that's easier for me to understand. And so now I've got down everything and I know exactly where I'm going to go, where I'm going, where I end as far as this book is concerned and how many pages it's going to be.
All right, so help me out here. Where did it? Oh, it's up there. Okay.
Yeah, it's up at the top.
All right.
Yeah, I just wanted it to be the first thing that people saw. Is like, I'm claiming Zandara. This is a 100+ page book.
I don't know why I didn't think to look there.
No, all good.
I'm thinking that it would have helped to have also had mentioned down here in the story.
I agree.
100+ page. So being over 30 or 40 pages, you're looking at probably perfect bound.
Yes, definitely right. Perfect bound.
Soft cover or hard cover? Or metal cover?
Honestly, I'm not sure yet. I think it's just going to depend on the funding that I get for it. I kind of want to splurge for a hard copy because I know this book is going to be epic, but it really just comes down to how much money I can put forth into it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Cool.
So just being honest, like I'm not 100% sure yet.
All right. Sounds good. Second perk tier is the physical book, the physical media.
And it will be autographed. I think if you click on it, it should. I mean, I think it says it somewhere.
Yeah. Doesn't it show on your end? Yeah, it shows an autographed copy of the book.
There we go. All right, cool. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that it should say that you're going to get an autographed copy for $25. So cool. Glad it. Because at first I didn't see it for a second. I was like, wait, I know I definitely typed that in.
And then we've got Become a Character.
Yep, and that's where you get your own chapter.
Oh my gosh, there's only 2 slots left, people. 2 slots left.
2 out of 4. Yep, that's it. So you get to see if you have what it takes to get off that planet.
Yeah, you'll become a character in the book. Keep in mind, your character will be a bad guy.
I had to put that up. Like, don't, because people might, be like, oh, become a character, cool, I'm going to be this cool person or whatever, and then they see, oh no, I'm this like contract killer guy. That's not what I signed up for. You know, you know, I mean, I've wanted to make sure that it was fully out there. People understood what they're getting into and all that stuff.
Right. Find out if you'll survive the planet. Autographed copy of the book. Character in the.
Yep, kept it simple. Like I said, it was just this is my second. So I did Galden, and then like 10 days later, I did Reclaiming Zandara and launched that. So it was like, okay, you know, I don't really know what I'm doing, but I'm gonna do it. Like as far as the books, you know, I was good, but as far as like the whole campaign thing, there's a lot that I didn't know that I started learning as I went, and that's one of the reasons why with Galden Take Two, it's me taking a lot of what I learned throughout like interviews with you and other content creators and stuff, and getting a lot of good tips and a lot of knowledge and putting that forth in the next campaign.
No, I think I asked you this already, but why did you launch two campaigns for two different books within 10 days as opposed to being new, launch a single campaign, see it all the way through, and then move on to a second book, whether it be the other property or not?
Because I'm an idiot.
Oh,
that's it. That's it. Like, no. In all seriousness, okay. So here's the thing. So started working on Reclaiming Zandara, and Reclaiming Zandara was taking a while to produce and stuff like that. So I started working on Galden at the same, you know, and so I started working on both books at the same time, and then it was, oh hey, I want to do Galden, I want to make this character perk. I'm gonna just launch this book, and even though it's only got 5 pages, and see if people want to be characters and then get interested in the book. And so I'll put the 5 pages out so people can see the art style and just see how it goes. And then I think 9 days, 10 days had gone by, and I had like 2 backers for like the physical copy. And then I got this weird thing in my head of like, oh shit, maybe people don't like this book, but I want to get people, you know, I mean, I was like, shit, maybe people will like Reclaiming Zandara more. And originally, because I Reclaiming Zandara was my first book idea, and I really love the color and the art style, and so I thought people would like that one actually more. So I was like, okay, I'll put that out, and I'll have both books out and whatever, and I'll use the books to, you know, create both, and it'll be fine. I could totally handle this, and yeah, it didn't quite go as planned. So it was just me like freaking out, getting in my own head, having never done this before. Oh shit! What the hell? When
you okay?
Yeah, when you get a spam call in the middle of a live stream, it's great.
Oh.
It's so funny because I had a conversation with my girlfriend, and she's like, "You're on your phone probably all day, aren't you?" And I'm like, because you know, because I had mentioned, I was like, you know, I had a day off, and so I was like, oh yeah, and I was like, hey, you know, I looked and I was like, huh, haven't really talked to anybody today. And she's like, oh, you must be on your phone all the time. And I was like, I talk to more with the people trying to tell me about my car's extended warranty than I talk with anybody else. Like,
oh my god!
There we go.
Yeah, I typically let most of those calls go to voicemail.
Yeah.
I'm ultra curious, but everything seems to be a pre-recorded message.
Yep.
And it's like even they don't have the time to waste.
Right? Yeah. Even they don't want to talk to me. It's great.
Pretty funny.
Yeah.
Only 2 more slots, people. Definitely back to the book. This is really cool looking, and it's going to be traditional manga style. So except it's going to be like U.S. comic book size dimensions, but you will read it from the end or right to left or back to front.
Yep. Matanui, I tend to block those numbers too, and it's really funny because I had a call from one of those extended warranty people, and I missed it. And then I ended up calling back because I wanted to see if they could take me off their call list.
Oh yeah.
And when I called back, here's the strange thing. I called back, and this guy's like, "Hello," and I'm like, "Hey, I missed a call from you guys," and he's like, "No, you didn't," and I'm like, "No, I definitely did." And he's like, "Who's this?" And it turns out he was just a guy. Like, I don't know how they have some kind of thing where they could take over numbers, or like the caller ID shows as a number, but it's not actually their number.
Oh,
Because I call, so I like have all these random people blocked for no reason. Because every time they call me, it's a different number because I always block them. But apparently, maybe they have some kind of like device that puts it as a fake caller ID number or something.
Well, I think a lot of these spammers, they I forget the terminology, but they do make it look like it's coming from a local phone number.
Yeah.
Here, area code.
Grown Up Trunk says it's called spoofing. Thank you. I am a boomer and have zero idea what the hell.
There you go. That's what it is.
These Jedi mind tricks are.
Yeah. So it makes you think that maybe it's someone you know. And that's,
because they always get that one that's like super close to your number, but it's like one digit off. So maybe they think it's somebody on like a family plan or something.
Yeah. It's like, I live next door to you. Didn't you know? No.
Right. I'm calling from inside the house.
Exactly. I'm calling from the living room.
Yeah.
Welcome, 8-Bit Shinobi. Yeah, this looks cool, doesn't it? I love it. And
hey, Brazilian Dave, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. And yeah, man, I'll check out your stuff, and I'll definitely be checking out your channel and everything, man. I'm totally down to support people.
Yeah, block those fake car warranty calls every single time. Yeah.
Every time. But they always call back with a different number.
Yeah. And nowadays you get spam text messages.
Oh yeah.
And those are usually like porn related.
Right. I got a spam email from Gina Carano, and it says, "Are you married?" And so I was like this close to just like screenshotting that and like posting it on Twitter and be like, "I'm pretty sure this is fake, but just in case it's not." Yeah, Gina Carano, how you doing? Like,
how you doing?
How you doing?
Oh, damn. Oh man. Wish I got something like that. Dang.
Right? I mean, there's no pictures. It's just literally just says from Gina Carano. It just says, "Are you married?"
you got the hookup.
Right? Like, goodness gracious, I'm getting the great spam right now.
Yeah. I get all the old, boring spam. It's like, this is so 1990s. What the hell?
Yeah, I'm still considering doing it. I still have the screenshot of the fake email. So I'm like, at one point, I just might be like, "Hey," when it gets closer to Valentine's Day, but like, "Hey, Gina, what's up?"
Yeah, you'll probably tick off Drunk 3PO. Are you familiar at all with Phantom Menace?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know Drunk 3PO?
Yeah, I know Drunk.
And how he actually got to do an interview with Gina Carano.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, she's been super into, super involved with the community, which is really cool.
Oh, yeah. I think somebody put it correctly that she's part of what's saving Star Wars.
Really is. I mean, The Mandalorian is like literally the only thing, and she's a major part of that.
Yeah.
Like, it started off with everybody going, "Oh, Baby Yoda, this is cute. I want to see this." And then just like out of that, Gina Carano became this badass. It was really cool to watch in real time.
Oh yeah, for sure. Dave says the book looks really cool. I've added it to my list of books I want to back, but currently can't afford to. I followed you on Twitter, so I'll make sure I promote it in the meantime. Thumbs up.
Much appreciated, Dave. I really do. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Grown Up Trunk. So I got the worst one. Fake company said they wanted to fund me and have me set up Wait, huh?
I think they wanted to fund him and have him set up in Japan. Well, you know, I mean, is it one of those things where they asked you for like a check first? Like if you're like funding some like Nigerian prince or something, like you need to send them a check for $1,000 so they can get you the $1 million later? Was it like, hey, we'll fund you in Japan, but you got to give us like $1,000 for your airline ticket or something? Like, how did that go down?
Oh man,
because that seems like a terrible fake ad thing. Like, what do you get out of it? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, really. I don't think I've gotten one of those. Interestingly, the ones I often get are like these lengthy emails that say, "Oh, I'm reaching out to you for this opportunity. I am the wife of a Nigerian king who is in political heat. I'd like to transfer money to your account. You can. We need to perform this transaction through your account, and then you keep your cut of it, and then send me back what's left over." That kind of sketchy stuff.
Nice. I had so I did one of those DNA profile things on me where like this is
Oh, you did?
swab for Christmas. Yeah. And it came back with all the stuff that I knew I was, like Irish, German and stuff. And then it said like 6% Nigerian. And I was like, oh man, like I posted up on my Facebook and I was just like, oh man, y'all are about to get some emails from me so that I'm going to need you guys to help me out with like $500 each. And then when I reclaim my throne, I will give that money back. Hashtag white Nigerian prince.
That's awesome. That's amazing.
I was like, I'm doing it for sure.
Oh, heck yeah. That's funny.
I was like, man, that's hilarious.
Funnily enough, I started getting a lot less of them for a while. Cool.
Yeah, I did. I stopped getting them for a while, and then it started peaking back up like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's coming back. Yeah. It's coming back, but I'm getting more. Well, I guess I'm getting about the same amount of spam phone calls, but I'm getting a lot more spam text messages.
Yeah, I'm getting more of the phone calls, not the text. I think my provider does a really good job of screening those.
Cool. Best phone calls I get are when someone calls me to tell me my internet is going to be cut off unless I transfer them some money, or pretend I don't know what the internet is. Winds them right up.
Oh, so this one time, me and Jen both got fake calls, and like these fake telemarketer calls at the same time. So we put them both on, and we realized that we put them both on speaker and had them talk to each other.
Oh my gosh.
It happened the same exact minute. It was hilarious. And we had them talk to each other for like 10 minutes until they realized that. And it sucks because I didn't have like a camera to record.
Oh my God.
That would have been great because they're sitting there like talking. He's like, oh, I want to sell you this. And I go, I'm here to sell you. Like, what? Oh, man.
Oh,
it was so good. It was so good. It took them 10 minutes to realize what we did.
That would be awesome.
And they're like, yeah, and then they started cussing at us, and that's when we hung up. Oh.
Yeah, I got a call where they said something to the effect that you owe something, you owe some money
to the
IRS, and you're going to be fined and imprisoned, and you know, I kept disputing them, saying, no, you're not. And basically countering all their arguments, and they got to the point at which they lost patience and started cussing at me.
Oh yeah, I had that too. Well, I got to part. I knew what it was because Jen had received a lot of those calls, and then I got one, and I was like, "What?" And they're like, "You owe money to the IRS. We're gonna throw you in jail." I was like, "Well, hold on there. Check the attitude. If you want money from me, that's fine, but just ask it in a nice way, and then we'll work it out." And they're like, okay, well, we need to get this resolved. And they started being nice. And then I was like, okay, well, how do we resolve this? And they're like, well, we need Target gift cards or something like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, do you have any idea where I live? The closest Target's like 100 miles away. How am I going to get a gift card? And they're like, huh? And I was like, as you can see, I'm already in debt, a ton of money. I don't have a car. It's going to take me like 3 days to walk to Target. He's like, you motherfucker. And like hung up on me.
Oh my gosh.
I was like,
Yeah.
oh man.
That's an important point. IRS doesn't call you; they contact you via the mail, U.S. mail.
Yep.
Yeah.
Public service announcement.
I'm also on like email list for various, Better Business Bureau and those newsletters that talk about the latest scams going on.
Yeah.
So that's how I learn about some of them.
Mm-hmm.
So, yep. Yeah,
there's so many. I mean, why can't we go back to the days where you just simply robbed the bank? Don't do that, guys. There's some good ones, man. I used to work in banking. I used to work in Navy Federal, and I saw a stupid. So I got involved in a stupid one, but then I saw like an Ocean's 11 style one, like in real life. So I worked in Navy Federal, and the way our branches worked was you walked up in the lobby to a television and a canister, kind of the same way you would do in a drive-thru.
Okay.
And so, we're in a completely different room, and like when we get the canister, we like click on the button, and then we see you face to face, and we do the transaction. So I get the canister, and in it is this little pea shooter gun and a note that says, I have a gun, give me your money. But the gun itself is in right. Well, so then I click on the screen and I'm like, well, now I have your gun. And in hindsight, it was one of in hindsight, I go, well, if they had another gun and they just sent this to prove that they had a gun, then it could have been bad. But then this guy literally just pulled the one and then just started darting.
Oh man,
it was the dumbest robbery. And those cameras are recorded, so they ended up finding them like 2 days later or whatever.
Oh, good.
And then there was another one where there was this branch that I was training people on, and so the branch was here, and right next to it was like this Goodwill. And so I come in one day, and there's cops, feds, everywhere. And I'm like, what's going on? These guys broke into disabled the piece of crap security system at Goodwill, blew a hole from the Goodwill wall into the Navy Federal wall to take the money from the vault.
Oh man.
And I was like, and this is like 2007 or whatever, and I was just like, holy crap, this is like the coolest thing I'd ever seen. Man. Oh man.
Did they actually make out with money?
They made out with some money. They made out. I don't remember. I think the final count was like 50 grand or something like that. It was a good amount of money because they couldn't get into the second vault. So they have that particular. Most of the branches have like 2 sets of vaults, right?
Uh-huh.
So you've got your vaults where it has like the tellers boxes and stuff like that, and it holds a little bit of cash. And then you have your larger vault, which holds the bulk of the cash. And then if you need, if you get access cash, because you get a lot of deposits, they'll go into that second, they'll be bundled up and go into that second one, or vice versa. If you're, getting too many withdrawals, too much stuff, and you're running low on money, it takes 2 managers to put in their, codes or whatever to open that vault to get money to put into the smaller money vault. And so they had broken into the smaller money vault, and they didn't get into the larger one.
Wow. Holy cow. Blew a hole in the wall.
Yeah, they blew a hole in the wall from the Goodwill or whatever to the.
So they had to go through probably several inches of steel, right?
Yeah. No, they blew this, whatever explosives they used, it was really good. It made this big ass hole.
Oh, do you
And I
remember?
mean, I don't know the intricate details. Like, I was only able to see the wall, so I don't know how they got into the smaller, the smaller safe in the back, because they literally had it cordoned off with police, and we couldn't go there for like 2 weeks while they finished the investigation and then reconstructed the walls and stuff.
Well, yeah. Oh my gosh, that must have been a pain in the rear to rebuild the vault.
I'm sure. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't like that was a branch that I was so I was there training like tellers how to do this stuff. So it just so happens like that I was there for like 3 weeks to train these people, and this happened like right in the beginning of the second week that I was going to be there. So then instead of being there 3 weeks, I ended up being there 5 because of the 2 weeks that they had to take to reconstruct everything and then finish the investigation. And I have no idea if they ever caught those guys or not. But that was.
During the extra 2 weeks? Did you have to? Do you do like traditional training?
No. So, well, luckily the branch that this got that this thing happened was like 25 miles away from the branch that I actually worked at and from my home area. So, it was literally just like, okay, you're going to just continue to work back here, and when they're ready for you, they'll call you back.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so nothing too crazy. It wasn't like I was out of town or anything.
So when it happened, do you remember on your way commuting into the quote unquote office, do you remember hearing any kind of explosion?
No, this had happened. This must have happened overnight, and these people robbed this place overnight, because it was literally like I came in there. So the branch opened at 9, and so traditional banks and stuff, they get there like 15-30 minutes early, so they could check out everything, make sure that everything's fine, and then do the opening procedures and stuff like that. So I had gotten there at like 8:30, and there were already cops and feds and stuff because they had tripped the alarms.
Gotcha. The worst scams are the legal ones. I got scammed from a legit auction, Beneco.
Oh, that sucks.
Man, that sucks. Yeah, it does. When life imitates movies, law, I heard of this prison break where someone used a hot air balloon. Looks like someone watched Superman 2. Oh my gosh, they actually pulled that off. Oh my gosh.
That's crazy.
You'd think that no one in this day and age would be able to pull off hot air balloon. I mean, don't you have?
Yeah, hot air balloon escape. Yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, seriously, just shoot the balloon.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, that seems weird.
Unless all the guards were just too busy laughing.
Right. I mean, well, I guess maybe it depends on how high up they are, because like at that point, then you're murdering them because they're going to fall to their death.
Right. There's a good point too.
I don't know. I mean, if it's still on the ground, like, or if he's like a couple feet up, just shoot the balloon. I mean, because it's a hot air balloon, so it's got to be big. You got to see this thing towering over the jail way before anybody gets in the bucket.
Yeah. I mean, or call the fire department and have them bring one of those giant inflatable
right.
stunt man kind of
how much time did these guys, like, who put the hot air balloon there, and was it like ready to go, or did they have, like, was it deflated and they had to inflate it? Because that takes some time. What were these guards doing?
Or maybe someone outside of the prison flew in on a hot air balloon, landed.
Yeah, there you go. That's the way I would do it. Just drop down that rope ladder thing, just like in the movies and stuff, and just like grab on. You've got your one shot. Imagine that you do this harrowing escape, and the guy drops the rope ladder, and like you jump up and you hit it with like just like the fingertip, and you miss it, and it was just like. That was it. That would suck.
It would. Oh my gosh.
Be funny as hell. It'd be funny to see in real life.
That's way too funny.
The next parody movie has to have some kind of daring escape like that goes terribly wrong.
Yeah. There was actually well, I guess you couldn't technically consider it a scam, but I was shopping for a car because mine died, and I couldn't even turn the engine over. It was that bad.
Oh shit.
Well,
I mean, it all depends. I mean, it's probably just small. Like, I work on cars a lot, so because I used to race cars for Subaru a long time ago, so
yeah. Well,
I know a little bit about cars.
I made the mistake of working long hours. I was doing Uber Eats. I was doing Uber X, and I was working a full-time seasonal job.
Okay.
And whenever I was doing Uber, the app allowed you to work up to 12 hours at a time.
Right, because that's legal requirements. Because as a FedEx guy, they tell us like they have a certain amount of hours that we can't go over in a day or in a week, and so that's like a DOT requirement.
Yeah, so I was trying to pull 20-hour days basically.
Oof.
8 hours with the seasonal job and 12 hours via Uber. And of course, I was more or less living out of my car and stuff like that. And suffice it to say, I was real exhausted. I figured I'd end work for the day and just start heading home. So I took, for some stupid reason, I made the poor decision of taking an exit I wasn't familiar with off the freeway. And there was insufficient lighting. There weren't any street lights. And I couldn't see clearly, even with my headlights on. And so I make the turn as I'm getting off the off ramp. And before I know it, I'm actually riding on a curb.
Oh, wow.
So I'm tearing up the underside of my undercarriage or whatever of the chassis.
Yeah.
And before long, I try and inspect it. It's late at night. Well, it's actually closer to like 5 or 6 in the morning, but it's still dark.
Was it raining?
No.
Or had it rained? No water? Nothing?
No, it was pretty dark outside, but it wasn't raining to my recollection. And so I inspected the bottom of my car as soon as I found a place where I felt comfortable pulling over. And, from what I could tell without crawling under the car, everything looked like it was intact. So I figured I got lucky. But then I continued on, and on my way home, during rush hour, my car stalled. I noticed that I wasn't able to, I realized I wasn't able to hit the gas.
Oh, shit.
And then the only thing I could do was slowly brake. But then I ended up in the middle of rush hour in the middle lane of a freeway or expressway. And I was coming to a crawl. So I turned on my emergency blinkers. I eventually came to a full stop and had to kind of wave everyone to go past.
Go around.
And turns out that I must have ripped a hole in the oil pan.
And so you were running your engine dry, and so friction burn ended up messing with the engine. Yep.
Yeah.
That happens.
Yeah, it freaking seized, and I couldn't afford to do the repairs.
Right.
Because I was so darn broke. And so I ended up sending the car. It was a great car too, because it was a station wagon, and I'm nerdy like that. So I sent it to the scrapyard, and I went to make a long story long, I decided to try my hand at car auctions, and that was a stupid idea because I knew about it. And I went through Goodwill auctions, the place that is like Salvation Army, except and it's kind of shady, but I mean, you more or less have to know what you're doing in order to participate in car auctions. Otherwise, you don't know what to look out for. And I was so stupid. And at the same time, I started off pretty well. I started off to a good start going, all right, I'm not going to go higher than this amount. And if it doesn't meet my needs, then I'm just going to pass on it, even if I don't end up with a car by the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And but the fact that I needed transportation to get around, and I somehow got tied up into the whole auction process,
Mm-hmm.
and ended up winning an auction for a car that ended up being horrible because it was, I think some connecting rod was rusted off.
Oh, fuck.
And the underside of the entire chassis was rusted.
Oh, shit.
So the cost of the repairs for that exceeded
The amount that you paid for the car.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
So I ended up screwing myself over there too. So it was another big hit. And I ended up being carless for like a year. And I relied on public transit.
Mm-hmm.
And Uber and Lyft. And it was a nightmare.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. So,
That sucks.
I mean, I think that as desperate as they might be in Goodwill auctions, I really think that they should set some kind of standards bar as to what kind of cars they're willing to accept and resell.
Yeah, I think they just care about any dime dollar. And I mean, you've got those people. Like I got a buddy, Robin. He's retired. He's an older guy, but he literally buys cars from these auctions, like certain ones, and he fully restores them and then resells them and all. But like he obviously gets more like the muscle cars, the 60s, 70s and stuff like that. And but like he's got one that was like, this thing was a piece of shit. Like, I mean, it was a giant piece of shit. And we're like, okay, why do you and he fully restored it, and he takes it to this auction, and he probably put like $40,000 into this car. And then it turns out that version of this car, I can't remember what kind of car it was, but it had a moonroof. And apparently they had only made like 12 of those cars with that moonroof.
Wow.
So then the rarity on the car went up, and he ended up selling it for like $600,000. Yeah. It turned around and flipped it in an auction. I was like, well, that's a good day. Like,
oh damn.
But he got it at one of those piece of shit auctions that, and I guess it's, you got to know what you're looking for. But even then, he thought it was a cool car, and he thought he could make, at the end, like profit like 20 grand from it or whatever. And it'd be like a nice project since he's retired to make an extra 20 grand in like 6-7 months.
Right.
But then it just was like, went up to 600,000. And he's like, well, all right.
So he himself didn't know about the rarity?
He didn't know about the rarity of the moonroof. He knew the car itself was a good car and could sell for a good price and blah, blah, blah. He didn't realize the rarity, and he found out at the auction. And I was like, damn.
Jeez. More power to him. Nice.
Right?
That is freaking awesome.
So, but yeah, you got to kind of know what you're looking for, know what you can do. And I mean, obviously then his like that, he got that specifically because he had a hobby of restoring cars that were dead. But yeah, a lot of those places they have zero standards. It's just whatever dime we can get out of somebody for this, we're going to do it.
Yeah. It sucked.
Yeah.
Grown Up Trunks says, I'm glad
Grown Up Trunks.
God, I hate public transit. I'm glad my dad and brother-in-law are mechanics. Yeah.
Yep. It makes a big difference. It makes a huge difference.
I thoroughly respect people who are in those industries, those fields, and have that as their passion, because as much as I like cars, I'm not. And as much as I like the occasional do-it-yourself project, I'm not. Cars aren't my thing.
Right.
Anyway.
I used to race cars for Subaru on the Nopi and GT Live circuits, like back in the mid 2000s, and I started learning a little bit about cars then, and it's more of a hobby. But like my girlfriend's dad's car broke, it broke down, and they were like, hey, we want, it's going to cost us like $1,300 to fix this. And the actual part itself was like $50, but because of how much of a pain in the ass it is to like take all this stuff apart and put it back together, they wanted that kind of money. So I was like, oh, just get the part. And then I spent a day just fixing it, and I was like, there you go, you saved $1,300 like that. And I mean, in a lot of those companies, it's like that. It's just the amount of time and the painstaking labor is what really gets you with those kind of with cars.
Yeah.
So even knowing just a little bit of the basics can help out, save you thousands of dollars.
Oh, sure.
And even then, even if you have zero idea what you're doing, like I do most of the time, there's a YouTube video. There's a YouTube video for you.
I, a short time before my incident with my station wagon, I was actually visiting those parts pickers places.
Oh yeah, I do pick parts every now and then whenever I need to.
Yeah, pick up parts, and because I was looking for stuff like hubcap covers and replacement CD players, internal CD players, but one day my my heating unit died. And it turned out after, doing a little bit of searching and pulling up YouTube that it was actually a blower that I needed. The blower stopped working.
Yep.
So I was fortunate enough to find it at a pick-apart place. Mm-hmm. I got that, as well as another, I think it was kind of the equivalent of like a fuse.
Okay.
That kind of worked in conjunction with that whole system. Mm-hmm. I got them both, but I only needed to replace the blower itself.
Okay. Cool.
And basically the heat would come up through the top vents, but it wouldn't come out. Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't come out the vents, so you couldn't use it as a heater. It would only be a defroster. Mm-hmm. So I replaced it thanks to a YouTube video.
There you go. I remember I used pick parts before. I had so for the young people in the chat, before Me Too came around, it was just a bunch of angry fat girls that couldn't get laid. I had this. It was one of my brother's friends, and she tried to make some moves, and I mean, she was a big girl. My brother drove a lifted truck, and even that went sideways a little bit when she got in. Oh, she tried to holler at me, and I was like, yeah, no, that's no offense, but hard pass or whatever. She got so mad that she took a knife and knifed the side of the door in my WRX.
What?
And yeah, and I was like, and then she got it really good, and then she hit the mirror and totally wrecked the mirror, and I was like,
what the hell?
And I know, crazy chicks, right? And then I was like, okay, and she ruined the mirror, and I was like, God, man. And I'd already kind of started having problems with the window. The motor regulator was kind of going bad in the window, so I was like, I could let me find a pick apart place and see if I can find a WRX. Turns out they had one the same exact color as me. For $200, I could take the entire door with the window and everything, and the mirror included for $200. I just had to, unplug it from the port, take out the 6 bolts that were holding the door onto the car, and then boom, I got to take it out and put it in the new car. Sprayed a little paint on there so that it, because when you get those cars, like it'll be the same color, but it won't exactly be the same color because everything is different. So then, I had to repaint it a little bit, but then it all worked out fine. I was like, okay, cool. Oh. But yeah, man, I just remember I was like, God dang. And now you have Me Too.
Now, did you say that was your brother's friend?
Huh? Yeah. Well, not friend anymore. After like that happened, I was like, look, man. And this is before Me Too and all. And I was just like, hey, man, I don't know, man. I was like, that chick definitely did. He tried to give me the whole, no way she couldn't have done it kind of thing. But the problem was she went to my job and did that. And my job had cameras because I worked at Navy Federal. It was a bank. So they had cameras. So I had video feed of her doing it. And it was like, here you go. And then he stopped hanging out with that girl and all that shit.
Oh, damn. Holy moly.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Were you able to record the video footage on your phone so you had it for all posterity?
No. At the time,
Watching
I didn't.
Walk out.
Right. At the time, it was mid 2000s, and I had one of those like flip phones, and the security camera footage was really crappy as it was. So they couple that with like the old school flip phone cameras, you can't make out anything.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
So it was like, whatever. I was like, yeah, that's definitely her. And they're like, how can you tell? I was like, there's not many girls that big around this area.
That would be a coincidence if wouldn't that be so strange if there was actually another girl that big and she framed your friend's friend?
Right. Well, in all fairness, I haven't pissed off that many fat chicks. Like, I mean, that I knew of.
Then you've learned your lesson.
There we go. I mean, no, I didn't, because I still won't sleep with, like, if I'm not into you, like, I'm still gonna say no. The repercussions are whatever they are. But so in some ways, man.
What about goodness? And they say there is never a reason to right cross a chick. Please.
Right.
Me Too existed before Me Too. Bitches been getting away with dirt while playing the victim, especially post 1950s.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Yep. It's true. Oh man. Yeah, because I'm sure she told all her friends it was my fault that I did something fucked up. I don't know. Women do that shit.
Probably.
Yep.
As they say, bitches be crazy.
Yep. Very, very true.
Speaking of which, reclaiming Zandara is in demand.
Yes. Unlike fat chicks, reclaiming Zandara is in demand.
Yeah, so check this out. Back it if you haven't. If you already back it, then back it once, back it twice, back it 3 times, lady. Let's see here. $25.90. I'm not sure if we managed to get any new backers or not. Nope.
That's okay. That's all good. And I honestly, like, people coming through, hanging out, like, I'm into it, man. Honestly, if people can just, share it out, maybe if it's not your thing, or you're in a situation where, money's a little tight, obviously COVID's, messed up a lot of shit. If you can just share it out, maybe somebody, will be interested into it, and it goes a long way. Even just the $10 digital copies, and like that I appreciate every ounce of help, support, anything. It's, like I said, never done anything like this before, so just getting started. Like, this is honestly, I didn't know what to expect getting started. I didn't think that any of these would get funded, just because nobody knew who I was. So that's why I was like working 7 days a week at FedEx, just to try to, like, okay, if this doesn't pan out, which I don't think it will, at least I can still make sure to fulfill whatever orders I get, and and then get more info and be well prepared for the next set, because I know that I'm going to continue doing all these storylines regardless. So it's just all about, this is my first campaign, so getting all the knowledge and experience down, and like you said, fulfilling orders and showing people that I'm true to my word.
All right. Awesome. Good deal. Yeah, and you did the right thing, continuing your work. As they say, don't quit your day job. Work on it on the side, and until you get to a point at which you can comfortably live on your earnings from your projects. But
right,
a lot of people don't start realizing profits until the third or fourth book has been
right
fulfilled.
mm-hmm.
So, yep.
And lucky for me, I still have, I still have my day job. I still have the metal art stuff. I'm doing conventions. I'll be in Garden State Comic Fest at the end of January.
Oh, there's one there?
Yeah, in New Jersey, Rockaway, New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll be up there. And then, conventions are slowly getting back in order. I might be at Grand Rapids Comic Con in Michigan in April. And I know for a fact I'm at KamehaCon, which is an all Dragon Ball Z convention in Dallas, and Anime Matsuri in Houston. And I just signed up, I just paid for a booth and did all that for Salt Lake City Fan Expo, which is a huge event.
Wait, it's where again?
Salt Lake City Fan
Expo. Oh,
X.
Utah. All right.
Yeah, they've got 300,000 followers, but they've got 100,000 people that have checked in through previous events and stuff, and they usually bring a really large crowd. They've got for guests, they've already announced they've got oh god, what's his name? The guys from Cobra Kai.
Oh my gosh.
William and Martin from Cobra Kai. So
really?
Chris and Johnny. They're going to be there signing autographs in September, so that'll be really, really cool. So I'll be there. So luckily I've got a lot going that I'm not dependent on the books. Obviously, the more funding, the better, because it would just help me be able to add really cool stuff for people and especially, future projects, be able to have funds to make more and give, have more to offer people. And yeah.
I didn't even know that they were starting to allow conventions to happen already. I don't
know. I did one in August in Florida. I was at West Palm Beach at UltraCon in Florida.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. I mean, Florida still has some conventions that are going.
I think Florida recently had one too, like a week or two ago.
Yeah.
But if I remember
Hey, Christine. Sorry to interrupt. Hey, Christine. Thank you for spending your 10 minutes with us.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate
it. Growing up trying to still get me started. My sister's psycho. Only have 10 minutes before I take the dogs. Thought I'd spend it here. Awesome. Oh. Thank you for joining us. And hail Cobra Kai.
That's right. Hail Cobra Kai.
Yeah,
Jason David Frank has been doing a lot of because conventions have been closed down. He'll do the same thing that Vic Mignogna's kind of been doing. He took a lot of notes from him and doing comic book store signings or whatever, where he goes for a day to a certain shop in a certain state. Vic's been doing that ever since that stuff came out with him. The Me Too stuff happened. Yeah. Certain conventions started barring him. He started doing more meet and greets in local stores, and that's been going really well for him. And I know Jason David Frank's been doing that, and that's been kind of going really well for him too.
Nice.
I don't know, it creates a more intimate setting, I guess, because you get to actually meet the people, and it's not in that big crazy convention setting.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
It seems like there's always a line out the door and down the street at every one of Vic Mignogna's events.
Oh my gosh, I went to Bubba Fest in August, a little tirade. And there was a bunch of people there, but it was the two main people were Vic Mignogna and Chuck Norris. And, Chuck Norris doesn't really do conventions like that, but their lines were equally long the entire day. People were waiting for 3 hours each one, each line. Each line, yeah, man. It was insane.
Yeah, you best have your ducks in a row if you're going to prepare to be in line for that long.
Yeah.
You want to make sure you got it all. You got everything in order.
I agree. What about JDF? Definitely solid dude. Really does a great job with talking to his fans, making his fans feel like he really, really appreciates them, and that's what it's about. Honestly, you could tell the difference between a voice actor or an actor who goes to a convention because they're looking to make money for themselves, and who goes there because they want to have an experience with the people that got them to where they want to, to where they are. And that's what you see with certain people. And yeah, I loved meeting Jason David Frank. It was great when I got to meet him.
Nice. He helped crowdfund that Power Ranger style movie and really helped the Power Ranger boom comics. He personally funded that Lord Drakkon trailer.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know that.
Nice.
That's cool.
Yeah, that is cool. Holy cow. Yeah, I mean, it brings hope into the industry when you've got these standouts who treat the fans well, because I mean that's ultimately how they're getting paid. The fans buy into the product. The product helps give the property success. The success allows them to pay the talent. It's a circle.
And I think that's what's missing. I think if some of these, big companies, the higher ups in these big companies actually came to a convention, to an event, and saw the difference in the lines for different people and the different interactions, they'd realize where people are putting their money and what they're doing. Because people recognize when somebody actually cares, and when somebody's actually just cares about themselves, and they know when somebody's when you're going to see Jason David Frank or Vic Mignogna or whatever, you're going to go and get a personal interaction with somebody. You're not going to get, oh, hey, how's it going? Who am I writing this to? Okay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you liking my movie. Bye. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to get that,
Yeah. People don't like to be treated like cattle.
No. I got to meet, what's his name? Oh God, why am I drawing a blank on his name now? Guy that played Samwise.
Shoot.
Oh goddamn, why am I Rudy? What is the hell? Why can't I think of his name now?
Samwise. I don't remember his name.
Yeah, Kevin Sorbo, awesome dude. Got to meet him at AwesomeCon here in Washington D.C. Great dude.
I see little clips of Kevin Sorbo at events, and he seems pretty down to earth.
Oh, I loved meeting him. He was the first celebrity person I ever got to meet, and at a convention. And this is before I had started vending at conventions, and he just was super nice dude.
Oh, cool. John Schneider, Kevin Sorbo, Jason.
Yeah, never met John.
Or CG before I even knew what CG was. Sweet.
God, man, now I can't think of his name though. I'm still trying to think of it. But anyways, Samwise, I met him at a convention I was vending in Louisiana, and it was because this girl I was seeing was a big fan of his. So I was like, hey, I'll get an autograph or whatever. And we just talked shit. Even though he had a line, we just talked for like 5 minutes, and he just really was like such a sincere dude. And like, it was just like, man, really. There we go, Sean Astin. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah.
God, for some reason I was just blanking on the name, and I don't know why. But yeah, just super good guy, super down to earth. And I was like, man, next time I'm at a convention where I see him, I'll get another autograph and sit down with him, because like that's what you want when you go and meet somebody that you've seen on TV or in a movie and stuff. You want an interaction. You want to feel like they care.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. If I remember correctly, during Stan Lee's last days, they kind of propped him up and.
Oh God, the saddest thing in the world. He was at AwesomeCon here in DC, and the saddest thing was they sat him on a chair, and they just literally had people. They were funneling people in, like, okay, stand behind him, and he just stayed sitting, like, completely still. And they took the picture, and then they like moved him out, and they're like, okay, next, like, just like cattle. And then he just stayed sitting the same pose the whole time. And then at one point, he was asking where he was.
Oh.
He's like, where am I? And like, you could just see, and it was honestly, that was the saddest thing in the world to see for me. I know, because I met him at C2E2 like 2 years prior to that, and I got to talk to him for like a minute, and he was basically saying that he was going to be touring because he wanted to give back to all of the fans that loved, his, stuff. So it was sad to see, but it was one of those things that even if he didn't remember that's what he was there to do and whatever, before he got into that state of mind, he made a vow to show the people that got him where he was that he appreciated them, even to his last days. So mad respect for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I don't know about where all the money went and all that other stuff, but like as far as that guy's resolve, like that was cool.
Yeah, I tend to agree with what some others have said where, he gave so much to the industry. He should have spent his final days just kicking back, relaxing, maybe even vacationing,
Yeah.
not being shuttled around comic conventions and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess, we can
But
only...
I still hope he had the chance to do what he was planning with that.
Yeah. I think it was a last goodbye tour. Like as much as it was sad to see that, like I always think back to the minute that I had to talk to him at C2E2 and him talking about going on tour to say thank you. And I think as sad as it was to see, it was like a part of me was just like, fuck, this is terrible to see this guy isn't there. And then a part of me was like, no, he said he wanted to do this. So, mixed emotions for sure.
Yeah. This country has a horrible reputation for dealing with the elderly, which makes the whole Protect Grandma campaign because of COVID an absolute joke.
Well, especially in New York, right, where they just sent, thousands of elderly people to die because of COVID,
What was it? Like COVID positive prisoners were sent to live in retirement homes?
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, okay, that's cool. We're just going to stick them with the target demographic and just see how that goes.
Yeah.
So stupid.
Some people argue it's all about population control.
I agree. I actually agree. I've seen some studies that say that because of our overpopulation, that this world won't be habitable in 2070 unless we do something about it. And so part of me says like, well, shit, this is a way to thin the herd, so to speak.
Right.
So who knows? I mean, who knows what's going on with that?
I actually, although I enjoy seeing celebrities, I usually am too cheap to pay for the signed autographs. I mean, the signed photos and prints and stuff like that.
Right.
I've seen them at shows. I've seen John Delancey a couple times, who played Q in Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get the direct vibes of it, but some people say he's not all that nice. All I remember is that, I tried to engage in some small talk, and he was kind of like looking around the show floor and kind of passed me.
Oh, that sucks.
And then there was I was briefly near Marina Sirtis, who played the Counselor Troy in Star Trek Next Generation, and the woman who played Tasha Yar, I think. Actually, yeah, saw them a couple times. Babies get aborted and elderly get thrown into old folks. Yep. Yeah, that's why in my family, we've always been of the belief that you never, to the best of your ability and power and finances, you never send your parents to retirement homes. You keep them where they're comfortable at home with family. It's not to control the population. You need to get rid of about 80% of the people. COVID-19 is very ineffective at those kinds of death figures.
I mean, it's true. It's true. I like I said, I don't know exactly. COVID could be a real thing. Could be, like obviously we know it's a real illness or whatever, but it could be something purely accidental. It could be something intentional. Like honestly, at the end of the day, we're not going to know, and at the end of the day, it is what it is. But I did see a lot of studies that said that our overpopulation is becoming a problem for our planet, and that the projections are by 2050 we'll be at 11 billion people, and we'll start not being able to sustain life. So I know that they've even started thinking about the overpopulation of humanity as being a big problem for the sustainable future. So who knows where that kind of thought process leads and all. But ultimately, the best thing to do is just stay safe.
I think it's from what I've read and stuff, it might be a combination of things. Part bioattack from China, part population control, part political agendas.
That'd be crazy if it was like COVID was the thing that killed some people but scared everybody, and then the vaccine finishes them off. Like who knows? Like honestly, I don't know. I just know that it's COVID came at us from a really, really unseen, like it became rampant before we even knew what the hell was really going on with this thing, and it was just one of those things that you almost see in a movie, and it's
right.
like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think weren't there like movies called Pandemic and things like that? But they also things like the stuff that Bill Gates' companies are doing, and his family have done. The Gates family is big into eugenics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically population control, and genetically modifying, the genome.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of stuff. The plethora of processed foods. I think all of it adds up to trying to push or get rid of people, basically.
Yeah.
Anyway, on that happy note, I have to take my dogs. Catch you on another stream. COVID's been used to kill off small business. That is clear, with Hollywood being allowed to work more than everyone else. Yep. And what's curious is things like, so everyone's supposed to be wearing masks and being 6 feet apart and all that stupid garbage. And so you have places like Lowe's and Home Depot where you got these huge long lines outdoors in the freezing cold, and they only let a couple people in at a time, and you virtually have the entire warehouse to yourself.
That doesn't happen though. Not here in DC. Like people are just walking in and out like it's every other thing. Like I'm telling you, there's like Walmart's here, Home Depot's, Lowe's, all those big companies, malls, they're still packed. There's nothing changing. People are just wearing masks, and it's the same thing. I mean, nobody's really taking it that serious here.
Earlier in the pandemic, it was.
Oh yeah.
And now it's more lax, I guess you could say. I mean, now most businesses are requiring a mask, but they don't seem to care too much about the distancing.
No.
But while they were enforcing, taking a hard stand against all small businesses and restaurants and stuff, here you had places like Costco and Target and Walmart, and they had tons and tons of customers. They weren't doing anything to limit their ability to.
Nope. They weren't counting people. Like at least at Giant here, I see, the grocery store, I see them like, taking tallies of people as they come in and as they go to make sure that it stays under like a certain level. Yeah. But you don't see that in Walmart. You don't see that in these other big companies because they don't care. It's not about trying to keep people from getting COVID or whatever. It's just about how much control they can exercise over people.
Yeah, it's all about control and programming and getting you used to a so-called new normal, but it's not really a new normal.
Nope.
And then you've got places like Kroger and Amazon who are flourishing as a result.
Right. I'll put it like this. If they were really scared of the pandemic, if they were really scared of people getting this thing, I wouldn't have a job. I'm a FedEx driver. I deliver to 200, 300 stops a day. If I get sick, guess what? That's 200 to 300 people that are going to get sick too, that I come in direct contact with every day. If they were really worried about this, they wouldn't have created that demand that made me need to work 7 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and that's just me. There's a package, when you ship off a package, it gets handled by at least 30, 40 people before it even gets to me in my truck. So it's like, we're the things that, we're the people that would spread the virus the fastest.
Right. Yeah, and someone brought up a good point. If it were that easy to spread and that had that high an infection rate, then why aren't people disposing of masks in biohazard containers?
Right, exactly.
The masks that the majority of the population uses are useless. They're just cloth, even if they're 3 layers. They're cloth, and the COVID virus is so small it passes right through the fibers. Yep. So it's really pretty darn useless.
Yep, I agree.
Catch you all on another stream. See ya, Christine. Have fun with the doggos. COVID's been used to kill off small business. Yeah, that's why Hollywood is. Yeah, I was honestly expecting the lockdowns to continue at least till summer of this year. And that's why I wasn't expecting.
Got to go off camera for just a sec. Sorry.
Okay. That's why I hadn't expected them to allow, conventions again.
Yeah.
The foreseeable future.
Well, like I said, Florida was doing, some convention work. Like I said, I was down there in August, and it was fine. It was completely fine. Like, Vic was down there. I was, but there was people there. Everybody was wearing masks. Everybody was cool. I would get like one person in my booth at a time, or like if it was a family, just a family at a time, and everything was totally fine. Like it never, it was totally fine. I didn't get sick, even though Florida in August, people were like, "Oh, they're dying in the streets in Florida."
So did you have to walk over dead bodies as you were?
Yeah, I was just, and if they weren't dead and close to it, I was the one finishing them off. It was fine. No, but
all right.
In all seriousness, like it was nothing like what they were saying it was.
So what did they do in terms of, lines? Did they actually insist people stay 6 feet apart? Because
they tried to enforce it, but it just didn't seem like people were doing that on their own.
Right. It's like, how are you going to effectively maintain lines when you've got one booth right next to another booth next to another booth?
Well, they kept it staggered. One booth and an empty space, then another booth and an empty space. So
okay.
They alternated it that way, so it ended up working out.
Okay.
And that kept people like, in a checkered format that, everybody was apart and it was fine.
Yeah, the population has grown from about 100 million to 7.7 billion in under 200 years. We are so screwed. Catch you later. Hard to take COVID serious when the same people promoting it keep getting caught without masks while they hang out normally with their friends. Yep. Like
I totally agree.
Lots of politicians are caught, in big family gatherings when they're being hypocrites and telling the people that supposedly represent that they're not supposed to.
Right.
And
or getting your hair done at a hair salon, stuff making,
and then blaming the salon.
Yeah.
It was a setup.
It was a trap the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. Stupid Pelosi. And let's see. Yeah, and even after even though Biden didn't have too many appearances, because
no, they kept him like, I mean, the appearances he had, he was like 20 feet away from everybody. But I think that's just his normal. He's just disgusted with people in general. It had nothing to do with COVID.
Well, that would make sense. but oh man, he's like so out of it. He doesn't know where he is half the time. But it's like he had enough trouble garnering like 15 people to a rally. But when he did, like you'd see footage after the event, like after he's done speaking, he leaves and then he takes off his mask. It's like, okay. Yeah, I believe that.
Like for instance, like Vic, for instance, people started, going at him a bit about the mask thing at UltraCon, like people on social media, obviously, because nobody in person. Everybody knew what was going on. So he was wearing like a mask the whole time, except for when he got on stage to do a talk, to do a panel. He's on a stage. Obviously, there's the forefront in the stage, and then there's like the little gap, and then you have the chairs. He was probably like 10, 12 feet away from everybody.
Uh-huh.
And he's doing his talk or whatever, and he's like, oh, is this far enough away? I think we're good. I can, talk to you guys. And he's doing this whole panel talk, and they're like, oh, he's in Florida not wearing a mask. This is why people are dying. Like, it was so bad. And I actually had to I got on social media, and I was just like, hey guys, like, I was actually there. He was wearing a mask the entire time. He was wearing a Star Trek mask the entire time, except for when he was by himself in an open space. Like, it was weird.
What? He wasn't wearing a Dragon Ball Broly mask?
No. Okay, so, the cool thing is, Vic, apparently, and I didn't know this until that day, Vic is an ordained minister, I guess.
Is he?
Yeah, so the convention runners were the two convention owners were getting married during UltraCon, and they wanted a Star Trek themed wedding because that's what kind of brought them together. And Vic does a show called Star Trek Continues.
All right.
And so Vic actually did their wedding as his character from Star Trek Continues.
Oh my god.
In a Star Trek theme wedding.
Oh wow, that must have been a trip.
That was a trip to see for sure.
Oh dang! Was it actually done in front of the convention?
Yeah, it was done in front of like everybody on that same whatchamacallit stage that was out there in front of everybody in the main hall.
Oh man, what a cool experience! What a cool event!
Yeah, it was really sick. UltraCon was cool. Like UltraCon for me, as far as like money wise, I didn't, I broke even. Which for me, obviously, I want to make profits, but at the same time, it was cool to go to a place, to be a part of a place that wasn't going to shut down because of, COVID, and to say, hey, you know what, I'll support this place that's willing to, support Vic, support people that really enjoy this fandom because they want, they're going to, want to host this event and not be scared by this virus. And it was just cool to be a part of that. And so, but UltraCon itself, from what I've heard is actually really, really fun non-COVID times. I mean, it was a good time this last time too. And so it's definitely a place I'm going to go back to next year. They've already emailed me like, hey, do you want to be a vendor again? And I'm like, yeah, this was fun.
Nice.
And who doesn't like a trip to West Palm Beach, Florida, right?
Oh, I bet. The only time I was only in Florida briefly, just long enough to get on a cruise liner. So I haven't spent any extended time in Florida to visit or anything, but I'm sure it would be a fun place to check out.
Yeah, no, I had a great time in Florida. It was a blast. Like, I mean, I've gone to Florida many times. I've been to Florida SuperCon as a vendor, Paradise City Comic Con, Animate Miami, this UltraCon South Florida. Like, I've gone to Florida numerous times. Pensacola Comic Con, especially like wintertime. Anytime I can get away from the cold, it's a great time.
Oh yeah.
Like, I did an event here and outside of DC called MagFest, which is like a 4-day, all day, all night video game convention. And when I say all day, all night, I mean even the vendor hall is open 24/7.
Whoa.
So like vendors can come and go whenever they want, but the vendor hall stays open the entire time, which is next level because it's kind of crazy because like you'll have like this, they have this big giant crazy rave that goes on, and then people will be drinking whatever, they come out and they're like, I want to buy something, and they'll just want to buy something at 2-3 in the morning.
That would be so much.
It was so funny. I had this guy, he was just he comes up to me and he's like looking at the stuff, he's like, I want to buy something, tell me what to buy. And I'm like, and I saw he had like a Dragon Ball Z shirt on, so I posted, pointed at one of the Dragon Ball Z metal prints. I was like, you can buy that. That's pretty cool. He's like, that is pretty cool. I want 3 of them.
Nice.
And I was like, okay, it's gonna be like $120, and he gives me $200. I'm like, and he takes the medal and he starts walking away. I'm like, wait, I owe you $80. He's like, no, keep it, man. I appreciate your work. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this is wrong to take it. But like, I can't stuff it in your pocket. But it's a cool event. But like the weekend that I was there doing that, it's down the street from my house, but it was like 4 degrees during the night. It was windy. It was like a high of 11 degrees, and I was like, this is awful. No. And then I had an event, Paradise City Comic Con down in Miami the very next weekend, because this is like the second weekend in January, so about this time. And so I go down there, and it's like right in the heart of Miami, and it's like 80 degrees, and I'm like, yes, a break from the brutal cold.
Oh shoot, yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, Florida conventions are fun.
Are you getting snow in your area now?
We had one snowstorm, which only gave us like 4 or 5 inches in December, which is kind of early for us. I mean, usually we get stuff January, February if we're going to get snow. Gotcha. But we haven't gotten anything lately.
Yeah, it's been really. We had snow earlier, but it's been really chilly as of late.
Yeah, where are you at? I'm not to dox you or whatever. Oh, okay, you're not too far.
Yeah,
I drive by there every time I go to Grand Rapids, Michigan, because I always drive to the conventions. I don't fly.
You do? Oh, damn.
Yeah, because I've got to carry a whole booth setup, like
Oh yeah.
So it's just easier to just drive.
So, are you one of those drivers who is like, I'll drive straight through and only take bathroom breaks when absolutely necessary? I'm not going to stay in any hotels.
Mostly yes, but there's times where like I'm just like, hey, I know this is a bad idea. It'll be like 3 a.m. and I'm like, hey, I know I definitely can't do anymore, and I'll get a hotel. But like, being a FedEx driver and all that stuff by trade, like I'm used to driving like all day anyways, so
gotcha.
It's not really that big a deal. But most of the time, yeah, I just try to drive straight through. Especially like going to Grand Rapids from here is actually only 10 hours, so it's actually not too bad. I can just hit it in one stretch. It's not like when I go to like I've gone to Anime Matsuri in Houston, and that's a 22-hour drive. And I did that once. Where I just drove straight through the whole time.
Jeez.
I mean, I started at like 3 and I slept, and then I started at 3 a.m, so that by the time I got there, it was like 1 o'clock at night. So it wasn't like too terrible, but yeah, it was one of those things where I did it that once, and I was like, okay, on the way up, I'm gonna get a hotel room midway, and I did.
Yeah, smart. Yeah, I have I admire anyone who could do those long drives. I have trouble handling 2.5 to 3 hours.
Oh yeah, well, it helps. Like I don't know, I just put on some music, or like a YouTube channel. Now that I'm like getting into YouTube and just
Yeah, for
just
sure.
hang out. I don't know.
What about says all of the peaceful protests that's been encouraged since COVID, where hundreds and even thousands gathered together closely. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I totally agree. And it was one of those things where I was like, well, if COVID's as deadly as they say, maybe this is our cure for Antifa.
Yeah.
Who knows? But then nobody seemed to have any like repercussions from it. So it was like, okay, well.
Yeah, it's like COVID was all the rage, and then Antifa and BLM did all their riots, and suddenly it was as though COVID got cured overnight.
Well, I mean, conversely, though, everybody's all upset about the Capitol thing happening, which that's like I said, right down the street from my house. But it's weird because even with that, like on the converse side, everybody's like, I can't believe they trashed the place. I can't believe they did this. I can't believe they did this. But nobody said, I can't believe they weren't wearing masks.
Yeah.
That hasn't happened yet either. So I guess mass congregations of people is okay. But, 10 to 12, as long as they're angry. That's the thing. The large congregation of people have to be angry, because if it's a large congregation going to church or something, no. You can't be happy and together. That's
exactly.
not allowed.
The other curiosity is that states like over here, for example, our stupid governors imposing 10 o'clock curfews.
Oh, yeah, we got 12 o'clock here.
So it's like, okay, so COVID stops.
Well, everybody knows that COVID is more contagious at night. Come on now.
I was like, hello. Okay, you're really making sense, aren't you?
Well, so for instance, in Ecuador, this is what they did. So their like driver's license and ID cards, like they have like a certain letter, kind of like how some of ours do in different states. So what they would do is you would have a specific day of the week that you could go out and get all your stuff. So if your driver's license had an A in front of it, Tuesday was your day to go do grocery shopping, get all your stuff that you need for the week, do all these things, and then, that was your day to be out. Then you go back in, you're locked down until next Tuesday, and then the next group of letters will go Wednesday, and so on and so forth. And that was their way to, one, maintain population control in their stores, in their public places. And if something were happen to where somebody was getting, got COVID and was spreading it, it would be minimized to only a certain population because of that day. Because Ecuador is actually pretty crazy. There was videos, my girlfriend was showing me that there's videos of like cops picking up dead bodies from people from like COVID or whatever, driving them down the street and then just dumping them in the middle of the street.
Oh, yeah.
Like these dead wrapped up bodies. Like it was crazy. There was a bunch of videos of stuff like that happening, and it was just like, holy shit.
Yeah, it's kind of mind-blowing, isn't it?
Well, they don't have like, an infrastructure in place for something like this,
Right. Black Rose Comics. I hope to run into a customer like that. Like the one who came in drunk wanting to buy.
Right? Oh my God. And if I could go everywhere and have somebody want to give me $200, that'd be great.
Totally. That is so epic. I remember when we went to a con, they had events that went one throughout the night. That's
nice.
Cool.
What convention was it, Grown Up Trunks? I mean, I don't know. I love going to conventions, and I've been to a ton of them, and still always discover, conventions I didn't know about in certain places and stuff. Like I'm trying to work it out to be a vendor in Puerto Rico Comic-Con, because they actually have a big event. They have a big event that has a lot of people. And it's one of those things where like even if it's not, because of the travel and all that stuff, it may not be profitable. But at the same time, if I could go spend a week in Puerto Rico and actually make a couple $100, that's better than most people that go on vacation and end up spending thousands of dollars.
That's true.
So it's just a mindset thing. So,
Yeah.
I try to book conventions where either I know it's good profit margins, or it's a place I've already won a vacation to, and I just, end up not incurring a ton of, cost for that vacation.
Right. So, do you have your girlfriend into all these conventions?
Oh no, she hates conventions with a passion.
What? Really?
Yeah. No, she hates conventions with a passion. No, she just hates like consulates. That's all.
Is your current girlfriend like your last one who got into things like anime?
She's not into anime at all. Like, I mean, so wasn't into anime before. Got her, so I was like, okay. She's like, okay, I'll give anime one shot. And I said, okay, I've got one shot, but I know her, right? She's a very logical minded person, and she wasn't really into DBZ or any of that stuff because, she's like, oh, whatever, it's action, So I was like, okay, what can I do to, see if I can entice her? So I did Death Note, because Death Note's more of a logic, battle of the minds kind of thing, and she actually really liked Death Note because of that and all. But at the same time, conversely, she's I was like, hey, like when the One Piece Stampede movie came out in theaters, I was like, hey, I'm gonna go to the theaters and watch this. She's like, oh, you have a good time with your cartoons. I'm like, okay.
Dang.
I know, right?
Oh,
what
man.
a weirdo.
Have you been?
And then I've called her, and then I go, hey, what a weird. I looked at her, I was like, what a weirdo, and I walked away. She's like, you're calling me weird? I'm like,
yeah. Have you been to San Diego Comic-Con?
I have not. I've always wanted to go. I submitted a vendor application, but at the time they were like what, they had like a backlog of like vendor applications for like 3 years.
Oh my gosh.
And I was like, oh God. So wait, I've got to wait in the queue for 4 years?
Oh, good gracious.
Oh man. But I mean, I don't know how it is now. Like FanX in Salt Lake City, the con that I'm going to go to in September. I've tried to get in there previous years, and they'd always be full because they always have a lot of recurring vendors and stuff like that. But this year, they literally, like, I put in the application, and 2 days later they were like, you're approved. And I was like, oh, cool. And so I don't know if maybe, because I think a lot of convention vendors and stuff, like the real like career-based ones, they they had to go back to working regular jobs because obviously without the convention scene,
right,
they'd be screwed. And so so I don't know if that plays a role in it, or if or if it's just they're FanX is needs more people to compensate for not having a convention last year or something. I don't know, but either way, I'm in, and I'm like, hell yeah, I've got my foot in. So I'm actually really excited to go to that one. But yeah, I'll reach out to San Diego. The two that I wanted to do out there was San Diego and Anime Expo out there in Southern California too.
Oh, cool. Yeah. San Diego Comic-Con is, if I'm not mistaken, is the biggest one in California.
Anime Expo is right up there. Actually, they're both held at the same convention center, and they're both up there. They just, I don't know. It's kind of like New York Comic Con, and then Anime NYC. They're both at the Javits Center, and they both get a ton of people, but it's a different clientele.
Right. If I'm not mistaken, though, I think either DC or DC and Marvel may no longer have a presence at that convention. Instead, they just have representatives. going around. I don't know. You know, it used to be that they had huge booths,
Yeah,
and everything, but they're like they've been gradually bowing out or
right.
lessening
Um,
presence.
what is it? New York Comic Con, their booth space. So they have like their industry section, which is
Oops. Uh-oh. Oh.
$4,000 for the space.
Hold on.
No, you're fine.
That was weird.
It was.
You popped out and then you in mid sentence and then you pop back in
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I was saying that you were refreshing,
and then you
or I
finish
said that.
and now your
Yeah,
avatar.
that's weird. Because yeah, it was showing a sign for your camera and for the screen share saying like the loading symbol for like a
Oh,
couple of seconds.
how
Yeah,
weird.
that was weird.
Yeah, and your
But
avatar
anyways,
showing.
with New York Comic Con, their industry section, which is where you would have all those, Marvel, DC, Funimation, places like that. It's a minimum of $4,000 for that space. And then if you want like those decorative stuff that hangs off of the ceilings and stuff, you're looking at another 1,500. So like most of those booths that you see from those guys are like $6,000, which honestly for that is nothing. But yeah, I don't know. I think that they've slowly been pulling back, and I think it's part of this whole shift that we see from DC, Marvel specifically, of them going away from the customers that got them there into this new, we're trying to get, feminist customers and stuff. So they're not going to go there. You know what I mean? So it's like they're taking away from their existing customer base even more by not directly advertising to them at a place like that.
Yes,
And
exactly.
even if they have those booths, they just send lackeys there that don't really know anything,
Right.
or they hire people. Because I've seen people at like, in the what is it, New York Comic Con and stuff like that, where they hire, like I've seen like Craigslist posts under like the gig section where they're like trying to hire people to work. They'll be like, hey, come work the Marvel DC tent. We're looking for like a female this age, blah blah blah. So they just look for, girls to work behind that booth that don't really know anything about the product anyways.
Oh yeah. Computer expos were started doing that kind of stuff too. Let me see here. Capital Siege, I support. Better in people's neighborhoods like BLM and Antifa was doing. Plus, they were trying to charge the White House just a few months ago. Capitol outrage is fake. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw the Capitol riots. I saw the White House things, and it's hypocrisy at its finest. And I've gotten into a lot of arguments with friends of mine who have known forever, lived in this area forever, and who think that them taking over a part of a city in Seattle or Portland is completely okay, but the Capitol building is a big problem. And like I literally, to the point where one of my friends goes, "Well, that's treason," and I was like, "Well, the chop was invasion." So if you do, you know what I mean? Because they said, "Oh, this is no longer part of America," so technically that's invasion. And I was like, if you're not going to choose military action against one, you can't condone military action against the other. It's just hypocrisy.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and I've actually had a lot of people like, no, I totally get what you're saying. But then I have those people that are just like, no, how could you? No, but it's the capital, so it's different. I'm like, no, it's because it's not your people that it's different. It's like, it's fine if you don't condone what happened in the Capitol, then that's fine. But if you do that while also saying that what happened at the White House, what happened with CHOP and all that other shit is perfectly okay, then no, you're wrong, and you really need to realize that you're a hypocrite and figure out what you actually stand for. Like if you don't stand for one action, then don't stand for it regardless of who does it.
For sure.
Like, I'm not into pedos, so obviously I don't like Biden. And if Trump was into kids, then I'd be against it with him too. Like, and I think that's a part of this, our political side. I think we understand that we don't what we see. We wouldn't accept that from somebody on our side either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
And that's the thing that I think is the big disconnect. Is they're like, oh well, he gets a pass because he's cool with us. It's like no. Like you can't do that. Like
right.
that's not. Like, I don't know. Like I had it out with somebody over that, and it was really weird. So I had it out with somebody about this whole Capitol thing and about the whole Biden Trump thing, and then it came down to them calling me a racist. And it's funny because, like I said, I've grown up here in this DC area. A lot of my friends are black, and so they even were like, "Nah, man, that dude's definitely not racist. You need to watch your shit. You don't really know who you're talking to." But I was like, I had to tell them. I was like, I grew up wearing FUBU. I used to watch BET when I was little. And I started referencing all this stuff. I was like, I had the AND1 mixtapes. I was wearing this. I was doing this. All this stuff. And then I was like, but if you think, like, I went off on her, I was like, but if you think that this is okay based on the color of your skin, then you are a racist. And just completely. And then the Sims came out and were like, how dare you talk to a woman that way?
Oh,
like, it was so bad.
And it's funny that you mentioned FUBU because I once bought a pair of shoes that were FUBU. I didn't know what the hell it stood for.
Right. I mean, I knew what it stood for. I liked the brand. I liked the shirts that they had in the time, and I was like, yeah, that's cool. I mean, I grew up originally, like when I was really, really little, I grew up in the ghetto, and I mean, like the type of ghetto where like I would pick up my baby brother when he was in his crib, and a roach would crawl out from under him. Like I used to get jumped because I was the only white person in that neighborhood. And so I used to say, I told this person, I was like, people can be mad, like black people can be mad about certain injustices that happen to them, like over racial stereotypes.
Uh-huh.
And I could be equally mad too, because I used to get jumped because I was the only white kid in the neighborhood. So I know what it means to be racially stereotyped. So if anything, I've got just as much credibility as anybody else.
Oh, for sure.
And so, and it's funny because it's one of those things where nobody recognizes that it could happen the other way around.
Yeah.
Until I say something, and then they're like, "Oh, well, we didn't know it could happen the other way around." It's like
the light bulb finally turns on.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that when people talk to me about these kind of political things or racial things, and I start talking about my stuff, they immediately jump to I'm racist, and then when I actually drop some knowledge about where I'm from and what I've gone through and all this stuff, then they're like, oh. Then it's like, oh, well, now you're credible. But then it just stands against everything that they thought to be true. And to watch that void that opens up in their mind of like, oh, crap. Well, now what do I say? What do I do? God. It's hilarious.
It's almost like watching that scene from The Grinch where his heart grows bigger and bigger and busts out of the frame.
a little bit. It's oh God, it's like watching those old school. Oh, what was that? The goddamn. I don't know why, but for some reason names today have just been. Oh, Mars Attacks. Like Mars Attacks, where like you see the people get like melted with that ray gun. Like I'm watching certain people when I have these arguments with them, I literally watch their mind melt inside their head. Just like I have nothing I can say. I have zero credibility. I don't even know what I'm talking about. And it's really, really funny because I've even had to twist it around people, and they're like, oh, like that girl, for instance. I was just like, And I was like, I've been through all this stuff. I know all this stuff. And I still don't claim to speak for black people. And here you are, this white girl from the middle of, this rich ass neighborhood. And you think that you can speak. And I was like, let me just tell you, there's only one time in history where white people felt like they should speak on behalf of black people. And that's not a time I want to go back to. And the second he dropped that, she's just like, oh, shit. I was like, you may be the racist.
Here's your sign.
Yep.
Love the hypocrisy of the riots are only okay if it's extreme lefties. Yep. They're doing 8 p.m. over in Quebec.
8 p.m.
I missed the reference because I didn't get to the messages in a timely fashion. So,
oh no!
I apologize everyone for screwing up and being so far behind. They should just talk to Taiwan. They handled COVID quickly.
Oh yeah, Taiwan did an amazing job. I mean, there's a lot of countries that are doing this, and it's because of our divide in this country. Is we're so busy fighting with each other that we're not actually coming together to fight this virus that is obviously pissing everybody off. And it's it's like, if we could just shut the fuck up about he said this and she said that, and we don't like this man because he's orange, or we don't like this man because he's white, or we don't like this, if we could just get over that and go, look, we're all pissed off because we're stuck in a house.
Yeah.
Because of this shit. If we all just say, hey, this shit sucks, let's figure out how to get through this, and then we can fight. We could have Civil War II later. That's
really.
like let's just...
It's like I mean, the freaking COVID virus has a 98-99% recovery rate, and by the problem with the way they handle the pandemic is it really shouldn't have been this bad. They when you quarantine someone, you're supposed to quarantine the sick people, not all the healthy people. Because if you quarantine everyone, then there's no herd immunity developed.
Right.
And,
Well, sorry to interrupt, but I think so. My take on this whole thing and what we should have done is actually the opposite of what a lot of conservative people say that we should have done. Honestly, I thought a more insane approach would have been necessary. Like for me, it was literally like, look, this is a virus that spreads through contact with people. There's a 21-day incubation period. If we just tell everybody to stock up for 21 days, I guarantee if they would have said, look, 2021, we're still going to be dealing with this shit. Or everybody stay in your fucking house for 21 days. Just stay in your house. Get it. We'll give you a few days. Stock up as much food as you want. We're going to give you a stimulus package of $1,200 so you can buy all the things you need, like food, toilet paper, when they start making it again, and all this other shit. Just survive for 21 days, and then we can get back to a normal life. If you would have told us that in March, I think a lot, and knowing that we would still be dealing with this in 2021, I think a lot of people would have actually jumped on board. No, obviously hindsight is 2020, like you said. But like, I just felt like if it's a communicable thing, just stop people from being communicable for just 21 days. But everybody, lefts, rights, centers, fucking everybody, just fucking shut the hell up for 21 days, and then we can go back to having a normal life. I can go back to having Comic-Cons and anime conventions again. Y'all can go back to shitting on people. Like whatever it is that makes you happy, you guys can go back to it, and we can go back to it and never have to address COVID again. But it was never about getting over COVID. It was about how to use it against the other side.
Yeah, well,
and they put political agenda over people, and that's the problem.
Political. Yeah, it's political and seizing control and getting rid of people's rights and subverting the Constitution. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Acubid, but that Comic-Con.
Acubid? Yeah.
Oh, maybe. It might be a cubed. We still have tons of cons that go on. Oh, that's good. There's
I mean, there's some cons out there, and there's smaller little events, and I think that's fine. If people can, if you can get in an area, like I said, everything was fine in UltraCon. I made some friends over there. Some people were real nice. None of them got sick. None of them know of anybody else who got sick from being at that event. I mean, obviously we have these fucking riots and shit. We don't see people dying in the streets from that. So I mean, yes, it is a bad disease, and yes, it's a contagious virus, but I don't think it really is as bad. Like my boss, for instance, caught it. And he was coming to work. And for like 2 days, he was like, oh, he's like, I feel kind of weird. I think I have a sinus infection. And then like one day he jumps in my truck and we're working on my truck because something was going on. And he's like, yeah, I still can't taste or smell. I'm like, dude, that's COVID. He's like, no, I think it's just a sinus infection. Mind you, we're working on a truck together. And I'm like, bro, that's COVID. Like, and here's like full disclosure. I'm an asthmatic. So
you're more prone.
I'm more prone, right? But we're working on a truck. We've been working on a truck for 15 minutes. He's like, yeah, I still can't smell or taste. I'm like, bro, that's COVID. He's like, no, sinus infection. Well, lo and behold, gets tested. It was COVID. I go and I get tested. They're like, you're good. And I had never had a fucking symptom. And I'm like, I could smell how bad your breath was from how close we were. And I still didn't get shit from you. So like I don't know. I really don't know how, because I was like, oh shit, like the second he was like, oh, I can't smell or taste, I'm like, huh,
yeah,
that's definitely COVID. And then he's like, oh yeah, I tested positive for COVID. I'm like, well, there goes my day. Like, I'm fucked.
Yeah, the other funny thing about the whole COVID thing is, half the time the tests are faulty. Like they give false positives. Even right out the box before testing a person, they come out positive.
Shout out to my friend Ty Beard. He's the lawyer representing Vic in this whole debacle. Real good dude. He's got COVID, but he went and he got tested, and it came back negative, and 2 days later, he's still having the same problems. He goes back, and they're like, no, you have it. And so now he's at home with COVID. So it's like these tests aren't even 100% accurate.
Yeah, it's goofy. And from what I've heard, and you could tell me if you felt the same way, but from what I've heard, it feels like someone's like poking your brains. Because you have to get back there to where it touches that nerve stem that goes back into like your spine. It feels like honestly, it feels, and it's not that, but it feels like it's that. Like you're just like, holy shit! Like if you push that any further back, you're gonna sever my stem that goes into my spine. It's a weird feeling. When they withdrew the long stick, do you see any gray matter on it?
No. But then again, I'm kind of an idiot, so I didn't really have much gray matter to begin with. Like, I felt like I could debate with a lefty. Like I clearly am not a man of sound intelligence. You're giving me way too much credit there.
Well, you can only imagine how often I got dogpiled on Facebook posts.
Right. It's awful. It's awful. It's so bad.
It's like I don't know if you know the Zerg reference. It's like a Zerg attack. For anyone who is into gaming, there's a game called StarCraft, and one of the species.
Oh yeah, I've done StarCraft.
Terran, Protoss, or Zerg.
Yeah.
With Zerg, it's like all and out huge armies of biological terrors. Mm-hmm. And it felt like a Zerg attack every time I spoke up.
Right. Like it's bad. It's just like, get that asshole and take everything from him. Like the second you speak out,
destroy different.
It's like, wait, I thought you were the side that loves diversity.
Yeah.
That praised diversity. But at the same time, they're the only side that actually focuses on race.
Yeah. It's like,
so I was like,
it's like Twitter mobs and cancel culture, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What about says we can and never will unite with our libtard neighborhoods because they are in support of all the shit the mainstream agenda pushes.
It's very true. It's very true. But I think, and I had this conversation with somebody. I was like, there's ways of finding common ground. And this person was a lefty and was like, I could never have common ground with somebody like you or like you with your people, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, really? And I put him to the test. And I was like, what do you feel about gun rights? And they're like, guns should be banned and blah, 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 you know, the same old shit.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, well, I was like, don't you feel like you have the right to protect yourself? And she's like, yeah, but I don't think you need a gun to protect yourself. And I was like, really? I was like, do you trust the cops to protect you? And she's like, yeah, cops will protect me, blah, blah, blah. I was like they protected George Floyd? And then she was like, oh. And I was like, what would you do if that situation had happened to you? She's like, well, that situation wouldn't happen to me. And it was this weird back and forth debate. But I was like, so you're okay with cops having all the guns, even though they've proved to, you know, obviously not be able to execute properly? And she's like, yeah, that's fine. And I was like, okay. And then she's like, but wait. And then I started bringing up the school shootings. I was like, well, how are you going to protect yourself before cops come during a school shooting? And she's like, and I was like, I would go, why do you hate guns? And she's like, because people use them bad and people have mental illnesses and da da da. And I was like, I know, I'm dealing with one. And then I asked her, I was like, I get that. And I was like, honestly, most people on the right want people to have guns. They want people to be able to protect themselves. But even people on the right don't want people that are mentally ill handling a gun.
Right, exactly.
And I was like, and she's like, yeah. And then I was like, you're just so prone to being against people on the right that you don't actually think that there could be any common ground. I was like, what if we had something like a DMV setup, right? Where people could come, like, instead of you going to a gun shop and then getting a gun, you know, a license to carry a gun, just from any old buddy, you actually went to a place to get licensing to be able to have a gun and concealed carry and all that stuff. And you did an actual psych eval with somebody licensed to do a psych eval. And you did that every like 4 years to make sure that you're in good mental health, because obviously mental health changes. Would you be okay with people exercising their rights to carry, you know, firearms if they've gone through a process where they've been able to make sure that they're in good mental health? And she's like, yeah. And she's like, yeah, mental health is important. I was like, yeah, mental health is important. And I don't want anybody shooting up a school because they fucking went insane. I was like, and there are people on the right that think that if, you know, we had a system in place to be able to help make sure that the people that have guns are in the right state of mind, you know, that's good. And she's like, oh. And I was like, see, we can have common ground. And then she looked at me just like, fuck.
Wait, was this someone you were speaking to in person?
No, this is a different one. No, this is somebody I'm speaking with in person as opposed to the girl. They're different. They're all women. They're all.
Man, you're always picking fights with women. How dare
I mean, I'm picking fights with anybody, but at the same time, it's the women that are the women that are on the left are they're the hardest ones to fight with, and that's why I like to fight with them. Because they're so busy squawking that they lose track of their own thought, much less mine. And so it's more fun when I can convert them to my way of thinking. Because it's like unlocking like a legendary achievement in like Halo, right?
Oh man. Wow, getting the golden key and all that good stuff.
Yep.
COVID was always planned to be used for a power grab, and that's why it started using the height of the Hong Kong protests in China. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was another reason to hide it, because it was getting so much attention.
Yeah.
I did not see the Capitol on fire. Yeah, exactly.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. But so with the Capitol not being on fire, you're right. Honestly, the Capitol wasn't as bad as what you see in a lot of these riots because, what came out of the Capitol thing? Some windows broken, Nancy Pelosi missing a podium thing. Outside of that, like, you really didn't see, like, if you compare dollars to cents, the amount of damage that happened in the Capitol was like, at most, like, this is a stretch, 20 grand, because you got to hire a contractor to redo the whole Windows setting, and they're gonna want to charge extra because it's the Capitol and they know they've got endless money.
Yeah.
But you're looking at like 20 grand, whereas you look at what happened in Wisconsin, or Minnesota. I mean, 20 million. Like there's no comparison. But the problem is what it's the title of the Capitol, and that's a big thing with these people. Not is that they're like, well, this is a Capitol. This is a direct attack on America and the foundation of America, and that's what they're using, right? Now, obviously, there's a way of fighting that argument back, is to say, right, but they stormed the Capitol and then they left. They didn't hold it, for a day, a week,
or
a
claiming
month.
to state unto itself.
Yeah, right. They didn't declare that the Capitol was no longer the capital of America, but the capital of the Capitol. They just said that they came, they saw, and they left. You guys actually took over a piece of land and held it for weeks. I think it was like 3 weeks, maybe a month, almost a month. It was just shy of a month, I think. But you held a piece of land and said this is no longer America, and that you're free to do what you want. That's that's worse than them going into the Capitol building for a few hours and stealing Nancy Pelosi's desk.
Right.
Shout out to that guy. The podium. Shout out to that guy.
Yeah, really.
They caught him, and of course he had to be a Florida man.
Well,
the Florida man is always in the news for some bad stuff, and this is the time where the Florida man has become legend.
oh, good gracious! Oh my.
Yeah, I saw that earlier this morning. They had a name, and they're like, Florida man, whatever, guy with the podium. I'm like, that guy. He redeemed all the Florida man stories that have ever existed.
Oh, jeez. Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, it was great to see.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, I think when it comes down to this whole political thing, there's a middle ground. As hard as people want to fight it, there's always a middle ground. There's always people that can give a little and give a little to meet in the middle if that's what they want.
Right.
And that was that was the way that I ended things with the girl on the internet. Was I was when she said I'll never do this, blah blah blah. I just told her, I was like, if you want to change to peace, it's through understanding and willingness to give a little bit in order to get a lot. And that's the way that peace is going to be maintained. If you can stop being so fucking crazy on this side and just be willing to accept that there's a different train of thought and meet a little bit with that person of thought and see that you might actually have something in common, then we can actually move into true peace. But if you're not, and I told her, I was like, if you think that you'll never agree with any Trump supporter or anybody on the right, and if you think that there's no way you could ever be that person, then you are part of the problem, and you should go Minecraft yourself. I mean, it's true. It's true. She's not doing anything good for anybody.
Minecraft using a verb as a verb. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so Reclaiming Zandara is in demand.
Yes.
That's pretty dang sweet.
Yes. We went off on a tirade and a tangent and policies and stuff, but we're back.
Yeah, we're back. 23 backers so far. I don't know if you heard, but I'm traditionally a heavy backer of CG campaigns, and I'm hoping to be able to back this in time. Do you have but you might say that my first year in CG, I went a little crazy. I kind of went on a spending spree.
So what you're saying is I'm late. Thank you, Wyman.
Damn
it!
I kind of misjudged how many funds I'd have.
Oh, I know. I've been backing comics ever since. Like I released this, I started going on channels, started seeing what other people got, and I've been backing just as much as I'm getting back. And it's like, okay.
Yeah,
I know the feeling. There's some great talent out here. God dang it!
I know.
So many good books, so many great talented artists and stories, and like,
it seems. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's a congregation of just the best. I think the best comic creators, the most talented comic creators in existence right now.
Yeah,
and that's where it's tough. Is there's so much amazing stuff that you're just like, well, there goes everything I worked hard for. Like it's all going to these comics, but you're gonna get it. It's gonna be worth it. You're gonna love it. But
yeah, and it's like everyone's campaigns are constantly one-upping each other, and it's really great that there's an influx or like an exponential growth in new creators. That as a promoter, I have trouble keeping track of all the newest talent.
I'm not surprised.
I'm often relying on other promoters to, clue me in on who's out there. So it's pretty amazing. It's a whole lot of fun, and at the same time, I eventually want to release my own product.
Yeah, and you should.
I'm going to be part of the competition eventually.
Hell yeah. No, I'll promote the hell out of you. I'll promote the heck out of anybody. I don't care. Like, if it's good stuff, like, it's good stuff. Like, honestly, back the stuff. Even if you don't back mine, back cool stuff. Just whatever. If you see that my stuff's cool and you want to back mine, great. But back cool shit. That's just it.
Yeah. Back the stuff too that connects with you. And this is going to be a cool project. I'm really excited about this one.
Thank you. I've noticed a lot of people are like a lot of people have told me like there's been a lot of brand new creators that just came out. It's kind of like I don't know. You've watched One Piece, right?
To be honest, I have not.
That's okay. So One Piece is like this pirate theme anime or whatever, and everybody's trying to get so this one guy, Gold Roger, he was the number one pirate for a long, long time, and he accumulated massive amounts of wealth. Well, he turns himself in to the government, and they execute him. But just before they execute him, he's like, if you guys want my treasure, you can have it. I hid everything I gathered in one place. So all these people started coming out of the woodworks, becoming pirates, and throwing the world into chaos because they're all after the One Piece. So in this, there's a whole bunch of different pirates out there and stuff like that. But then they have the one that the main characters are part of is what's called the worst generation, which is this generation of crazy pirates that came out of nowhere. And it's like they've literally just kind of seized attention from a lot of people. And so it seems like I'm part of like the worst generation of CG, like this group of brand new comic creators that came out of nowhere and just started like, hey, I've got cool shit here, check it out. Because there's a lot of us. There's a lot of people that have a lot of cool shit, and a lot of people that are first time comic creators that have these amazing story ideas and like the freaking guy that does seasons 1 and 2. Holy crap. How the thought and the shit that he put in there, like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I've been watching his interviews and like he's so in depth.
Yeah,
into that, and oh man, it's just amazing.
Creative story for sure.
Yeah, it's a really, really good story. And so it's like, I see these stories like him and oh God, who's the other one? There's another guy, brand new comic creator. Oh, Edwin, freaking Edwin. The Ace.
Yeah.
Ace. Like we were talking, and he put so much thought and effort into making sure that, forethought. He put so much forethought into his campaign, how he was going to structure his campaign, how he was going to structure his book, what his book was about. And I was blown away. Like, there's, so many talented people that are coming out now, apparently. Like, I can't say, that there weren't before, because obviously you've got, like, guys like Ryan Wynn with, Gods and Gears and stuff like that, and John Harvey doing, really good stuff. But, you also have a lot of people that, like me, just saw people screaming for great content that wasn't this mainstream garbage. And it's cool to see and cool to be a part of.
Yeah, there's definitely an audience for this, and we're seeing it every day, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, people want, fresh blood.
Yeah.
New content, something that's actually got some thought behind it, instead of like rehashes and remakes and reboots.
Yep.
I mean, it saddens me when I look at Disney and all they're doing is reboots of their classic animated movies. I mean, I think even after they acquired Pixar, because Pixar was beating their ass.
Yeah, Pixar was taking it to them.
I think they should have kept their 2D division and let Pixar focus on the 3D.
Right. I agree.
Because I think there's still something to be said about 2D animated movies.
No, for sure. I mean, look at what the anime movie industry is doing. I mean, you've got the Broly movie. That was insanely good. The One Piece Stampede movie was insanely good. You've got My Hero Academia, Two Heroes movie was insane. And on the comic side, look at Spider-Verse. That Spider-Verse cartoon, that was fucking good. That was really good. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse thing.
That was a
2D movie. That was a 2D movie, and it was great. There's still a lot of value in 2D movies. It's just if you have something good to make a movie with, if you've got a good story.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so it seems like Disney's trying to say, well, we don't have a great story, but we have this cool 3D Pixar animation. So, maybe if you're too busy gazing at this awesome animation, you won't realize that the story is shit.
Yeah. Yeah. I suppose. Yeah. But this is going to be a good book. 100 plus pages.
Yep.
And at a minimum, it's going to be perfect bound, but you're hoping to get to where it's hardbound or
hardcover. I'm hoping to. I'm really hoping to get the funding for that, because even if or maybe if I can get to a point where I could put in the extra just to do it, just because I don't know, man. I took a lot of inspiration from Doug TenNaples' Earthworm Jim book.
Oh.
The way that came, man, when I got that book, it was heavy, just perfect bound hardcover, freaking in that crazy box, and I was just like, yes.
Yeah.
This is the kind of feeling I want to give to my customer base. God.
It seems like whenever they review his book, they're always the focus is always on the box and the quality of the book itself. Did you read it? Did you like the story at all?
Yeah, it was okay. I mean, honestly, like, it was one of those things where
I read the story, and I mean, I wanted more to the story.
All right, well, then.
Which is, I mean, which is what you want in a book, but it's just like, I don't know. Like, obviously, there's just not enough, without making an encyclopedic, sized, amount of pages. Honestly, I was cool with it. I got Earthworm Jim too.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I backed number 2 because I want to see where he goes. I grew up with Earthworm Jim, and as a video game, and so definitely want to see what he's got going on. And Doug's not a bad dude.
I knew it existed, but I never. Well, it was on a console I didn't own, so I never got into it. So, but
yeah, I bought it initially for the nostalgia piece, and then I got the book and saw the story, and the inks were great. The attention to detail in the book itself, with the way the way that the cover was, and the way that the box came, and all the cool things that you got with it. It was just yeah, no, it definitely gave me it was my first Indiegogo book ever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I was new. This is before I even decided to do my own thing. So yeah, I got number 2, and I'm excited for that, because if he does the same amount of detail with that he did in the first one, it's going to be a great book.
All right. Yeah, it's good that it appealed to you. I never backed it, but I've heard some good things about it. But the majority of the reviews spend all their time talking about the box.
The box is great. You first get that box and you're like, holy crap. I mean, I still got it. I have the book, and I still have the book in the box,
right,
with the stuff that I got just tucked away, because the box is great. The book's great. Like, honestly, the book was great. Like, the pages were lined with like this gold trim on it, and
I got super fancy.
it was perfect bound hardcover. It was really good. Honestly, I can't talk that book up enough. As far as, like, the second I saw the box, I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. And then I open up and I see that book, and I'm like, the weight of it, how it felt just holding it, it was just like, I can't believe I only spent this amount of money on this. Like, it was that. And so,
well, I heard a lot of people griping about the shipping costs. Did your shipping end up being more than the cost of the book itself?
no.
Okay. All right.
No. I think I spent, like, for shipping, I want to say I spent like $15, and the book was like 25, 30. No. I think I spent a total of maybe $50 total, like, with everything, I think.
Okay.
I don't remember, but I remember it being a good price. I was like, okay, this is a good price for me. I as somebody who hadn't ever bought an indie book before, I bought it, and I couldn't have been happier. And I swear, I think it was like $50 total or something like that. But the shipping wasn't crazy. And Doug's down in Tennessee, which, I mean, obviously it's just blank slate shipping costs, I think, with him. But yeah, it wasn't anything too crazy from,
Well, that's good. I just watched Hulk versus
something
on YouTube for free. That was pretty good. Some recent animation I enjoyed.
That's good. Yeah.
Nice.
There is some really good 2D animation out there. It's just, I don't know. It's just not. It's not in movie format. You know what I mean? Like, because the animation process is insane. Like, if you want to do like a 30-minute anime, or a 26-minute show for, like, an anime show, it costs like $40,000.
Damn.
So, you know what I mean? That's your 26-minute, 24 frames per second, show is roughly like $40,000. And that's the reason why I started doing the mangas, because originally I was going to do it as an animation studio solely, but I was like, there's no way I could afford that. And so I said, I'll get the books going, I'll get some mangas going, I'll get some customer base there. Maybe after, books 2 come out, more and more people will be into it, and the funds that go from those books, the extra funds, the profits will go towards actually creating a show.
Right.
And so
Hulk versus Thor and Hulk versus Wolverine. Oh yeah.
Nice.
I might actually have that on DVD. I'll have to check. Cool deal. I think now would be a good time to wrap things up.
Yeah, 4.5 hours. It's been a good stream.
Yeah, so everyone who watches this, please back this book, Reclaiming Zandara.
Thank you. Please, and share this out. Share out Reclaiming Zandara. Sign up for the mailing list on Galden Take 2, so you can get that exclusive trading card. It's going to be really, really cool. It's going to be metal, which is always awesome.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to give you the floor. Please share with us how you can be found on social media.
All right. Well, I will be that guy stalking Wyman on Twitter. No, so you can find me on Twitter, Phoenix Animati 1. So ANIMATI, the number 1 on Twitter. Phoenix Animation VA on Facebook. Phoenix Animation on YouTube. Yes, I do have a YouTube channel, and no, I don't use it. No, I'm just kidding. I have a YouTube channel. Been in this process of moving, so haven't gotten everything set up the way that I want. But probably in the next few weeks, I will be getting back on YouTube and doing more actual streams, talking about the books and other stuff, and meeting people and talking and stuff. So definitely check it out. Phoenix Animation on YouTube.
Nice.
And definitely back Reclaiming Zandara book 1, and sign up for that mailing list for Galden Take 2. It's going to be awesome.
I was dropping links to both campaigns throughout the
Boom. I saw that, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Hail this glorious stream. What about? That's right.
Thank
you.
It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. I didn't think we would go 4.5 hours. I thought the last time you had booked like 7 people in the same day or some crap like that. So you're like, it's 2 hours between streams. I'm running late because you had Mandy and the guys from Super Dead on Mandy Summers and them all from the last stream, and then you're like, you still have 15 minutes, and you're like, listen, you were fine. But you were like, hey, we got to rush through this. I'm sorry, I'm running late. And I was like, no, that's cool. And I knew you had another one coming, so I'm like, okay, cool. I've got an hour and a half to like nail down, like boom, 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 bullet point, boom, boom, boom. And then, but yeah, so I was like, so when you messaged me about this, you're like, I got all day free. I was like, okay, it's gonna be more than 2 hours. But I didn't know 4.5, but it was cool. I had a great time.
Yeah, there was some time available, so
that's cool. I like time being available. I was off of work today, my first day off since March 2020.
I have a weird day today. So basically, I was called into work to cover a shift this morning. Then I had this stream, and I didn't have any other bookings today. So we had the freedom to, let it go however long it took, except for the fact that I returned to work tonight at 5. So
shit. Wait, that's in a half hour.
Yeah, 26 minutes. So that's why we're wrapping up when we are.
Oh, God dang it. I hope you live close to work.
Oh, yeah. It's all good.
Okay, man. Cool.
You can find me on Facebook and YouTube, WyzGyz Entertainment, on Twitch at WyzGyz Twitches, on Parlay under WyzGyz Parlays, or WyzGyz Now, and Twitter at WyzGyz Tweets. Working on some other platforms to migrate to, since it seems like they're gradually starting to cancel me. So find me on those platforms for the time being. I'll keep everyone updated over time. Please like, comment, subscribe, mark the bell for notifications. Indicate all notifications, so hopefully you receive updates on any new upcoming streams and videos. And drop some comments down below this video to let us know what your favorite part about reclaiming Zandara and or Galden is. And
or to just call me an asshole and tell me I don't know what I'm talking about.
yeah, there you go. And back the book and get on the sign up list for Galden Take 2. Link to Reclaiming Zandara is in the description, but I think you'll be able to. I'll have to double check. It seems like by default the my YouTubes are not automatically making the chat visible, so I guess I have to manually go in now and make sure that live chat is replayable.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, welcome, MA.
Oh, Amy, poor Amy's.
Oh, damn, you with 4.5 hours. I somehow missed it. Oh my gosh, you can watch it on replay though.
There we go.
I could use the public watch hours.
There we go.
I'm still quite a ways from monetization on YouTube, and
we got to get your sub count up, man. We got to do it.
That too.
Subscribe. Let's do it.
I'm somewhere around 269 subs out of the required 1,000, and a ways away from. I think I'm just barely over 50% of public watch hours. It requires 4,000, and I think I'm like 100.
Okay, cool. So we need all your 269 subscribers to watch the full 4.5 hours, and then you're there.
Or repeat viewings, or
there we go.
Watch every single one of my streams, or
there
have
we
a background or something.
There we go.
Something.
I'll start doing that for sure.
I appreciate it. Yeah. So check out Reclaiming Zandara. Thanks to everyone in chat for being with us. You guys all rock. Thanks for the awesome questions. Thanks for the interaction. It really helps combat the YouTube algorithm. Thanks to you guys. You guys make it happen. I appreciate all of you. You guys are so cool. And thanks for your continued support. Thanks to everyone who watches this on replay. And thanks to our very special guest, Phoenix Animation. And applause from Black Rose. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
I'm saving all my questions for later.
Yeah, right. Saving all my questions for next stream.
Yeah, for part 2, which will be 24-hour stream.
There we go. I'm locked in. We're doing it tonight.
There you go. Let's close it out. Bye all.
Peace.
Final guest is the only person below White Holiday in the ComicsGate phone book. It's my favorite failed clone of Peter Sammetti. The YouTube WyzGyz. How you doing? Welcome to the show.